Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park, New York. Before we head upstate to Saratoga, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper with you. Good card today. We're going to have a special guest joining us in about 20 minutes or so. We look forward to that. Get some rider knowledge. Joe Bravo will be joining us. Good to see you for the final week here.
Nice to see you as well. It's a good card today, a good card tomorrow. I will be off Saturday and Sunday. I think you're off on Sunday as we get ready to head to Saratoga, but some really good racing left.
Yes, including our feature later today, where we will see if Dolomite has just become a completely different filly for Chad Brown. She was sensational last time out in a dominant win at 6.5 furlongs.
Yeah, I maintain that 6.5, 7 furlongs the right distance for her. Maybe mile is just a little past her best, and she's really, if you take her, look at her PPs, you just sort of draw a line through all her races beyond 7 furlongs, she looks a lot better. And as you had said to me earlier when we talked about this race, she really stepped up her game last time, and if she continued to move forward, she's going to be a handful. But this is the toughest field she's been in recently.
It is, but if she is this filly, yeah, look out. She's going to be a lot to contend with in here. Manny Franco will be back aboard for Chad Brown, and they don't all necessarily show you that ability right off the bat. Even from this barn, sometimes it takes a little time, and maybe that's what we're seeing now with Dolomite. She's just starting now to get really good.
And I think it also took a little time to figure her out. You know, she ran well enough when she was second. Actually, she ran well enough for the Demoiselle as a 2-year-old, and well enough when second the Fleet Indian that I think Chad Brown believed, and somewhat rightfully so given her races, that she was a horse that wanted more distance. But the truth is, when he started cutting her back is when she started flourishing. Now, maybe she's just flourishing as a racehorse, but it does seem like today's 7 furlongs is perfect for her.
Next door, the Big Calhouna, she comes in on a roll as well. She's been off since mid-April. She's put together back-to-back wins, and she could be a little more forward than Dolomite.
I mean, the interesting thing about this race is, other than the layoff tricky temper, all of these horses are coming into the race in reasonably good form. And obviously, the Big Calhouna winning 2 straight races, running a very big figure 2 back, is in terrific form. She, too, though, is running against a slightly better field than she faced in her last couple starts. This is more of an acid test for her.
Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, he started out the meet very slow. He started to get a few wins in the column, and of course, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, so your price will not be probably what you want. But I'm excited to see these two go at it and see who takes that next step.
I agree. I'm going to try to beat both of them. We'll see if that really works out or if that's a folly as we get closer. But you look at the effect of Irad. Looking at the first race today, a horse that was a private purchase for David Jacobson, coming off a win at 4.5 furlongs at Mountaineer, is 2-1 right now in the odds. Now, I'm not saying this horse can't win. I wouldn't bet her, but she could win. 2-1, though, given those PPs, seems a little bit light, but with the presence of Irad, they're always going to get bet.
Yep, first race, 6 furlongs, entry-level allowance, and My Magic Wand, 3-2 favorite. We'll get into this race with the post-break coming up in a moment. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm, as we're 7 minutes from the opener here, Belmont at the Big A, and we'll bring in Horseshoe Indy in just a little bit later into the program. Fast, good on the turf out there, where the rail is out 36 feet in Shelbyville.
And you've noted some very important rider changes on the
we'll
card. I know you're
we
pretty excited about later today.
Race to race.
I'm not as excited as Greg, but I am sort of trembling.
You can play it all, including Horseshoe Indy, with Naira Bets. Use that bonus code for new members that sign up, bonus 200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. So this first race, 3-2 favoritism, My Magic Wand. Gregory Sacco barn, Gunrunner filly with Manny Franco, 3-2 right now. She won 3 in a row before she got beat by Landed in a Broadway and went to the bench.
Yeah, she was against the track in that race, but she's also had some very juicy trips as well.
Here is Sarir, who inherits the rail.
Yeah, I mean, Sarir's a player in here, especially if you think the pace gets kind of honest, and she's sitting in a very good spot behind the speeds.
Favorite, My Magic Wand for Gregory Sacco.
She has run some really good races in her career. She's also had some good trips in those races, and I'm a little bit skeptical of her off the layoff.
Just the fact, Jack, Bruce Levine barn?
I like Just the Facts, Jack, in here. I'm a big fan of Stripes, the movie, and I thought her race 2 back was good. She got in a speed duel in a very tough field last time.
Yeah, my 2 Sophia's Gregory Sacco barn as well.
Yeah, Hilaire went by. She just looks a little slow, but we'll see if she's one that can be taking advantage of the race if it should fall apart.
5 minutes away from the opener, kicks off an early pick 5 as well. You can follow along with all the stats and the horses, trainers, jockeys, by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get your free Equibase past performances. 6-5 favorite, My Magic Wand, as we get set to kick off the final week of action here at Belmont of the Big A. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey guys, and a lovely day when it comes to at least the horses' temperament, as they prefer weather like this. It's cool, little overcast, and just feels like a nice summer day, to be honest, as horses are commencing their warm-ups out in track. And Greg Sacco, he'll send out 2 in here, including your favorite. That does include number 3, My Magic Wand, the New York bred, who got off to an auspicious start as a newly turned kind of 3 into 4-year-old. And looking at her physically, she looks much the same as before this layoff dating back to late February. She's just a very strong type of individual. She's always muscle bound. She's broad. She's just your typical kind of dirt sprinter, that quintessential body frame that you like to see, especially from the fillies and mares. Now, warming up, in the past, when I've seen her, she's a little bit more freer, especially behind. She just took a little bit to kind of get herself underneath of herself, which may be because of the layoff, but we'll see how she does. I do like what jockey Manny Franco did with her in getting her a vigorous warm-up, but we'll see. She is a short price, and I think she kind of deserves to be, though this is an interesting race as her way outsider as far as the wagering is concerned. Stablemate number 6, My Two Sophia. She's the New Jersey bred, and I saw her down at Monmouth back on June 1st when she tried her hand at that Smart and Classy against fellow state breds. She was really, really wound up that day. She kind of lost her race before even hitting the track. She was really awful to get the tack on, but today they were prepared for it. They had them do a makeup, which is when the valet comes out with the saddle towel, and the regular girth already assembled. So they just lay it on her, do the girth up, and throw the overgirth on. So it really kind of wastes no time and doesn't give them the opportunity to react negatively. She handled herself beautifully. Now, she did have a shoe repair to the left front, but I just like her overall demeanor a lot more today, and I feel like she's in a better mind frame to put her best effort forward, as she does also cut back in distance to this 1 turn 6 furlongs. Next, we'll move on to some horses not trained by Greg Sacco, including Just the Facts, Jack. I like what I'm seeing from this mare, but boy, does she have trouble staying on the racetrack. She literally runs by appointment only, having 1 start in 23, 1 in 24, and now only her 2nd start in 25. I actually remember this one's dam, Mamma Mia Maria, and she looks so much like her. Now, she doesn't have the best conformation, which could lead to the reason that she doesn't often stay on the racetrack. But I do like what I'm seeing from her, just from the perspective of her coming back. She's incredibly fit and strong. She's gotten a nice warm-up out on the racetrack. I think at a big price right now at 6-1, maybe it's a negative, but she definitely looks better than what those odds would suggest. Now, taking a lot of money, as the guys were talking about, Hilarito coming in from Mountaineer. Little West Virginia, Ohio action for this one, newly acquired by David Jacobson. Now, she is fast. She cleared easily from the outside. She was so much better than her competition last time out, which was off the back of a layoff. She's a hefty girl. She does carry quite a bit of conditioning, so I don't know her that well. If she didn't have that race back in April, maybe I'd say she definitely needs a start. She's kind of one of those a little bit kind of awkwardly put together fillies in that she's really long backed, but also built downhill, very indicative of a sprinter. But what I like most about her is her hind end. She's very powerful behind, and she is moving well out there. And Arad has given her the big old warm-up, Greg, so it feels as though she should be showing that customary early speed that we've seen from her from out of town. I'm just not quite sold on how she stacks up against this New York competition.
9-5, very short. We know she's quick, but that is certainly the minor leagues compared to what she's facing here.
You know, Joe Bravo, as we mentioned, is joining us later, and Joe, who's, you know, he was in some ways the Irad Ortiz of New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
In that whatever horse he rode in so many races took a lot of money, and I think it's great to be the rider that everybody's betting on, because that means you're good and you're winning a lot of races. On the other hand, and we'll ask him when he comes up here, I'm sure there were times that he looked up at the board and he said, "What am I doing at 6-5 in this race?" race, and it's just it's the curse of success. But I mean, listen, and I'm not saying Hilarito can't win this race, but I don't know. Do you really want to take 8 to 5 on a horse coming off of a 4.5 furlong win at Mountaineer?
This is going to be quite a test, isn't it? And you have speed next door as well.
I agree. I mean, you're certainly going to have to deal with My Magic Wand. That's Just the Facts, Jack. I mean, even if this horse gets loose, I mean, it's so funny how the game has changed. When I was a kid playing and going back, 50 years or so, shippers did not get bet here. Like a good sprinter, remember there was Christopher R. would come from Maryland into a stake, and they just wouldn't bet them. A Gallant Bob, who was a well-known horse. They didn't get bet if they were horses from out of town. Speed figures hadn't become as prevalent as they were, but the game has changed so much, and now the money does not care where a horse came from anymore, for better or worse.
Yeah.
And maybe it's for better, but it's for better or worse.
Here is a look at that shipper. 3 wins. The only defeat, a runner-up finish the end of last year. She's a 5-year-old mare, by the way, who got a late start to her career.
Irad is
And
adjusting or scratching? I can't tell. He is scratching.
Coming out. Daughter of someone who won a
Army Mule?
who this man who's going to join us in a few minutes had a huge win on here.
Joe rode him in the Carter?
Yes.
Is that right? Wow, that was some performance. One of the fastest horses he probably rode. It's a shame that horse couldn't stay sound. He's actually turned into a proficient stallion. Irad Ortiz obviously not happy with something with the horse. Hilarito is not going to run, and that is good. It's bad for you if you bet another horse. I bet the 4, but it's better for the horse, and of course it's better for the public as well. You don't want a horse running, especially if a rider like Irad is not feeling everything is right.
Yeah, so back to the barn for Hilarito. We'll wait to see that New York debut potentially this summer. And reduced now to a 4-horse field in the opener.
Yeah, the odds have not adjusted. The 3 is going to go to 3 or 4 to 5 in here, and everybody else, the 2 and 4, will be about 3 to 1 or 7 to 2, I think, once the odds adjust. And obviously, my 2 Sophias will come down as well. That horse coming out, taking about a third of the pool out, given the horse was 8 to 5, the takeout. So that's going to change things significantly. It just hasn't adjusted on our board yet, which is a little bit strange, to be honest with you. Trying to figure out why it isn't adjusting, but it's not. Nonetheless, if you have the 3 in here, you're getting odds on now, My Magic Wand. My concern with My Magic Wand is the horse got very good, had some good trips in those races, but did run some good races. On the other hand, I thought she benefited from the racetrack enough, and coming off the layoff, I don't want to take a super short price on her to run back to it. And, you were getting a horse now that was going to be 6 to 5, now it's 1 to 2.
Yeah, unfortunate, but again, in the best interest of everyone involved with Hilarito, who will not be making that debut coming up. Pick 5 pool closing in on $200,000 here to kick off this Thursday card. Final 4 days of action before we head to that July 4th Racing Festival. Early start to the summer at Saratoga this year.
Yeah, we'll be there for a total of 44 racing days, 4 racing days for July 4th week, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, and then we'll have our normal opening day. And officially, the meet still doesn't start until July 10th. We're considering it Belmont at Saratoga, I believe.
Usually, in most cases, less is more. More is always more when you're at Saratoga.
I'm not going to argue with you, Greg. We could race there in January, and I'd find a way to get out there. We'd be a little cold, though.
So here's your favorite, 1 to 2, My Magic Wand, Manny Franco, coming back off that layoff since late February for Gregory Sacco, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing.
We'll see what happens. She is a rare gun runner that's much better going shorter. Though we haven't seen her stretch out, but Greg Sacco clearly at this point hasn't shown an interest in stretching this filly out.
I thought Moplex was better going shorter.
I was wrong. But Goplex now, apparently
was
Greg Wolf is now the stable manager for Moplex, in case you're interested.
Advocating, for that one to go straight to the Jim Dandy. I mean, who are you scared of, the Derby winner?
Yeah, can't beat Moplex, can't beat the Ohio Derby winner. Who does he think he is?
Maybe this horse just scratching the surface of going long. What's in the future for him? That was impressive. Here we go, kicking off this Thursday card. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin to get us started.
All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was my 2 Sophias. Breaking quickly was Just the Facts Jack. Will have company towards the inside from My Magic Wand, but Just the Facts Jack and Ricardo Santana Jr. got rail position. They're up by a length and a half, almost 2. My Magic Wand had to steady briefly, is now in second, is alone there in the second position, as right behind them comes My Two Sophias. The one who got the worst of it and checked out shortly after the start was Sarir, who's now taken third as they work into the far turn here in the opener. 22.48 for the opening quarter mile. Just the Facts Jack is in front. Here comes My Magic Wand back for more, is within a half length of the leader. Gap of 3.5. Back to Sarir, who's trying to make up the ground here from third. A ground-saving journey, and the trailer, My Two Sophias, they reach the top of the stretch. The leader is still Just the Facts Jack, tries to kick away from My Magic Wand, and Manny Franco with every shot down the center of the racetrack. A stubborn Just the Facts Jack keeps battling on towards the inside, but now My Magic Wand is starting to edge clear late. Inside the final 16th, My Magic Wand is up by a length and a half, almost 2, geared down, and will win this easily. My Magic Wand over Just the Facts Jack, Sarir, and My Two Sophias in 1 minute 9.63 seconds.
Odds-on favorite, My Magic Wand. Successful return to the races. She's now won 4 of her last 5 for trainer Gregory Sacco with Manny Franco aboard.
And she was best. You could tell top of the stretch that she was going to have the 4 measured in this race, and I can't complain about Just the Facts Jack. With the 5 scratch, she was able to get to the front and control the race. She was simply second best in this race. My Magic Wand, I had reservations. I was wrong. She was best.
Impressive. It looked like, for a moment, Just the Facts Jack, might be gone in here. But sitting just behind her, waiting patiently, Manny Franco asked for more, and she rolls on by pretty easily here. 3-4-2-6 to kick off this Thursday card. 109-3, 6 furlongs for this daughter of Gunrunner. Again, owned by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, and she's now 4 for 6 lifetime. And as you see here on the outside, green cap, Manny Franco says, let's put this one away.
Yeah, she's just too good for these horses, and I know they sort of eased her up at the end, but she was hard ridden to get the victory, but she was clearly the best horse in this race. Manny rode her hard. Manny's a strong rider. Just the Facts Jack was not able to stay with her. She was able to put her away relatively easily, I should say.
So My Magic Wand, again, 4 wins her last 5 outings. And a formful start to this Thursday card here. Belmont at the Big A. Odds-on favorite gets it done in the opener. We'll move on to the Pick 4 when we come back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You can do so right in the middle of Manhattan, as well as the first race going to the heavily favored My Magic Wand, back off of a layoff and right back into the winner's circle. Very talented New York bred filly. I'm pleased to be joined by her winning trainer, Greg Sacco. And Greg, I know you and your son Will, who's your assistant too, have had high hopes for this filly from the get-go.
Yes, we have. You know, she rattled off the 3 in a row, and the last race was uncharacteristic of her. She got a little hot on the van coming over last time. It was a little, well said, she wasn't quite herself. She threw in the clunker that day for us. We sent her down to Jimmy Gladwell's right after that in Ocala. She had some freshening. She really trained well for this race, and, you know, she came through with flying colors. Very happy.
And with a New York bred, it always feels like the possibilities and the spots are almost limitless. Though, do you go to some of those New York bred stakes after this?
Yeah, you know, we'll evaluate it to her performance today, and that looks like the next logical step at Saratoga. We want to get a tightener into her and in a confidence race, and it worked out well. Jacobson's horse scratching, you know, we left up to Maddie. He was going to let those two go and sit third unless he had a clean break. She has a tendency to break a hair slow. She did today, but she rated nicely, and we're very pleased with her performance.
As you should be, but the day isn't done for you. You'll have a maiden coming up in the third race. Opportunity Woo has been training like a freight train on the Belmont training track. What are your hopes for him?
I hope he's not a morning glory. He's trained very well. He got slammed at Laurel that day, and so that compromised him. I think he's in a group where he should be competitive, and so we hope for an improved effort today.
Well, best of luck with him, but congrats here. Very nice,
Thank you very
filly.
much. Thank you.
All right, Greg Sacco, future looking bright, as it always has for My Magic Wand. Greg?
She's turning into a bit of a win machine here. Again, 4 wins, last 5 starts, 4 for 6 in her career, and odds on with that late scratch of Hilarito. The one had come out prior. Looked impressive here.
Yeah, no, she was clearly the best horse in this race, and competition's going to get tougher, but she's been terrific in the majority of her starts.
Race 2, 1 turn mile. New York breds, allowance optional claiming field. And right now, favoritism to Embraceable Gal early on. Dylan Davis for Rob Atras.
Boy, she would be an odd favorite, wouldn't she?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would think Coley Magic is going to be the one to beat, right?
I thought she'd be favored. I agreed with Morning Line Maker. We have a different Morning Line Maker this week. Our regular guy is out, but I agree with his line here. In fact, I would have said he made Embraceable Gal too low. That shows what I know.
We'll get back to this one 14 minutes away from the start of the Pick 4. 22 riding titles in New Jersey, 13 at Monmouth Park. Jersey Joe joins us on the set just ahead. Stay with us on our FS2 coverage.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Blue Prize, here's Midnight Bijou. Blue Prize strikes the front. Midnight Bijou is closing on the outside. Blue Prize has it though close to home. And it's going to be Blue Prize and Joe Bravo to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Huge moment right there. Breeders' Cup Distaff victory. Blue Prize. Joe Bravo aboard. And the fist pump. He joins us on set right now. A man who's won 22 riding titles, as I said, going to break in New Jersey native. Great to have you on set. How you doing?
Thanks. Great to see you guys. I always watch you on from the couch, and great to be sitting next to you.
Good to see you as well.
What did that was a first Breeders' Cup victory. What did that feel like to break through on that big stage?
Good horses make you look good, don't they? She's just really special. I mean, it wasn't like I've been riding a year or two. I've been in this game for a long time, and to sit on a horse that special, and she was really cool. You should have seen one of her better races, the Spinster in Keeneland. She bolted halfway through the stretch, talking about your heart fluttering a little bit, and she still won a grade 1 that day.
Yeah, she was a good horse.
Back-to-back wins in the Spinster for Blue Prize. Some great moments in your career. We're going to get your riding perspective here as we get into these next couple of races here coming up. You've had an incredible career, though. The longevity of that career, too. We were just talking off air, 16, 17 when you started riding?
Yeah, I got my license when I was 16 years old down at Calder Race Course and made our way up north, and that's where I kind of got the Jersey Joe name, you know, and kind of followed up from there.
I was saying before, you were the Irad Ortiz of the Meadowlands of Jersey racing, I should say, before Irad Ortiz was around. Yeah. I mean, your horses took money like nobody in those races, and obviously had an enormous amount of success.
And it was funny, Andy, I heard you saying earlier, like, I read sitting there like, why am I 1 to 5? And it's true, horses make you look good. Really, the horses don't make the odds. The better make the odds. Somebody could put a lot of money on everybody's sitting there going, why is this horse the favorite? You got to do your handicapping yourself. I mean, that's the fun part about horse racing. It's your idea, not listening to somebody else's, not saying that's the best horse, your thoughts. And that's where I get you the odds.
That's what makes the game great.
We're going to get Joe's perspective on these next couple of races here coming up as he joins us. Great to have him here on this Thursday afternoon, our final week of action here at Belmont at the Big A before we head upstate. We're going to get into race 2 in a moment. Start off this early pick 4. One-turn mile in this New York bred allowance optional claiming race. And there's a look at one who's still, 2-1 favorite right now. Braceable gal, Rob Atras for Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I would be surprised if she ends up favored. I haven't really looked at the multi-race bets, but both you and I thought the Cali Magic would be favored. And, of course, Irad's done Fast and Frisky, so you have to imagine that horse will take money as well.
And, Joe, we saw Dylan. He made that huge move forward for his career, that incredible summer he had last Saratoga that kind of put him in the forefront of, I guess, everyone's mind as one of the top riders out there. When did you feel like for you that you made that big leap as a rider?
I tell you, the big stake horses really make you look good. They teach you. Horses teach you. You don't really teach them. You learn a lot from them every day. And you know what? Dylan's worked hard at it. Look at Robbie Davis. He was pretty great in the game, don't you think? And it's nice to see not just Dylan, his sisters also.
I think people forget how good Robbie was, you know? Yeah. I think sometimes, and I know that Robbie was very humble in that video, saying that they've surpassed him. I mean, Dylan's been terrific. Robbie was a very, very good rider.
I rode against Robbie, and he was great. I mean, it's fun to look back at some of the riders I was able to be blessed. Right here, walking Aqueduct, one of my first valets was Angel Cordero's valet. Can you imagine sitting next to him? He had some pretty good stories. Still does.
It's the best. We love Angel.
Well, it's got to be interesting, too, seeing all these younger names coming up, guys you rode against.
There's one on TV right now, the legendary Nick Santagata.
We got 100 stories together. What a great character he is.
The best. We love Nick.
Yeah.
Shockingly, though, the horse named Santagata was not named after him.
I know. I consider it named after Nick. I don't care that it was named for somebody else. I wish the horse won a little bit more frequently, so maybe Nick doesn't want the horse to be named after him. But Nick was
legendary.
You guys rode
legendary.
Together. He really was. I mean, that guy rode day and night all the time.
Yep. A lot of people ask, how'd you win so many races in a career? Well, everybody forgot back then, we used to have the Meadowlands at night, Atlantic City Racecourse at night, Garden State Park at night. So I was kind of doing double duties, racing during the day and racing at night. And Nick Santagata, try to follow him and keep up with him.
And they race 6 days a week here, and they race 6 days a week at the Meadowlands. I mean, a lot of times, back then, the dark day was Tuesday, but I remember going to the Meadowlands on Tuesday because they would run Monday through Saturday every week.
Blessed to have a lot of opportunity back then.
Who
Good
were
racing,
the
too.
riders that you sort of looked up to and modeled yourself after as you were coming up and learning the game?
The guy's winning. Everybody lives a winner, but no, there's been some greats. It was one of my favorite, and God rest his soul, Chris Antley was amazing on a horse. He would lay out a race before the race, and that's the fun part. It's like trying to put a puzzle together, but you don't actually know what the puzzle comes out till after the race. And he was really good at laying it out, and that's where I kind of took lessons. You want to have a vision when you go to the starting gate.
I'm glad you mentioned Chris, because I think sometimes because he died so young that people forget what kind of rider he was, and he was one of the all-time great riders in the top of his game.
I totally agree, and you know what? I'm going to take nothing away from Julie Crone. Julie Crone, she was amazing at giving a person a story after a race. One of the hard parts after a race is telling a trainer, okay, this horse is not really as bad as we ran today, and she brought a sunlight to the race after a horse run bad. And that's where I kind of took lessons off of Julie like that. She could always find a positive out of every race.
And you guys were real combatants. I mean, you guys rode together a lot.
There was a lot of races we rode together.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just got to look at Dylan Davis. He's going to be on board this one here. Embraceable Gal, who we're a little surprised is still favored right now.
She is the fourth choice in doubles. The favorite is the 3 in doubles for what it's worth. It doesn't always work out. It's separate pools these days without a lot of CAW participation. So the 1 and 6 are the second choices, kind of vying for second choice in the doubles.
Meanwhile, Arad Ortiz Jr. is going to be on Fast and Frisky from the inside here. Joe, look at the career he has been able to put together. We talk all about the motor that he has. Just every single race he rides. Could be a 10,000 claimer, could be a grade 1, and it seems like he gives the same effort every single time.
It's every race is special, everybody, and that's the big thing about it. You got to go out there and pretend it's your Breeders' Cup effort. And all the riders do. It's special to go out there no matter what type of quality race it is.
Well, here's Fast and Frisky. This was back on February 27th. This was 2 starts back. It was beat handily by Kali Magic in this spot.
Yeah, and this is 3 back for Kali Magic, who caught a wet track in a very tough spot, 2 races back, and last time out, also running against better horses in that race. I think Kali Magic can be forward in here, and it depends how aggressively Embraceable Gal is ridden, and snapping buttons on the outside with Flavien Prat. You have to think she's going to go.
We'll see if she can turn the tables. Fast and Frisky in this spot coming up. But Kali Magic, if she's able to repeat this effort, looks like she'll be very tough to beat. A 7-year-old mare who is still able to put in that kind of performance. She still has very big races in her.
It's amazing looking at her career record. She's 11 for 42, winning over 25% of her starts with 8 seconds and 6/3. She's extremely honest.
Joe, you had, we met before you came on air, some big moments at this racetrack. One of them, probably the biggest moment, was it Army Mule?
Army Mule, I mean, that was a special day. I knew I was sitting on a pretty talented horse, going out to ride a Carter, grade 1 race, and I look up, I see Todd sitting there, Vinny Viola sitting there staring me down. I walk up and they go, Joe, this is a special horse. Right there, I'm like, uh-oh, it's game on today. And it really was. That horse just jogged that afternoon. I was sitting in behind a whole wall of horses. It was like the horse was tiptoeing. So quiet, relaxed. The minute I showed him daylight, he excelled so hard and strong that's what good horses do.
He ran one of the more impressive races we've probably seen in the last decade or so. Unfortunately, it was his last start. He never was able to run again. He had a lot of physical issues.
Yeah, but he turned out to be a pretty good stallion.
Very
you
good.
see, these babies are coming out running,
And they can do anything.
Yeah, they do.
I think, what was it, 114 buyer in that spot?
I think so, yeah. That was one of the faster figs we've seen here, frankly, over the last... At any point, he was really, really good. It's a shame that he wasn't. I even remember then, even Todd and Vinny saying, we're hoping to make the Met, but knowing that he's a tricky horse to keep on the ground.
Post break here coming up for this start of the early pick 4. We're going to see Fast and Frisky with Arad Ortiz Jr. to kick things off here, trained by Jorge Abreu, 5-2 from the inside.
She's not that slow, but she's not a forward horse, so she'll benefit from some hitting.
Beat by Dolomite, and we're going to see later in the card, is coming off a huge performance. Mama's Got a Gun, Lena Rice.
I'm taking a shot with her. Her race 3 back was extremely good, but she needs to break cleanly. She has a habit of not getting out of the gate well.
Here's the one we showed you winning 3 starts ago, Kali Magic.
And Ruben Silvera wants to be aggressive and will try to wire this field.
Jump to the 5. Here's Embraceable Gal, still favored.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. I thought she was a cut below these horses. I thought perhaps a pace factor, but for my money, she's way over bet.
This the one who's going to be in front, snapping buttons?
No, I think that Kali Magic's going to be in front. I think she's going to try to stalk her. I'm not sure. We'll see how aggressive she's ridden. I have some reservations about her. I didn't think she was that fast.
And late to the party, still in the paddock, there's Racing Colors.
Well, she's a deep closer, so she wants to start late from the paddock as well. I'll say one thing about her. She's not a likely winner, but she's fast enough to get a piece here, and I do think there's an argument that she was right down in a rail that might not have been good last time at Saratoga. So I think that she has a chance as the longest shot on the board to maybe be third or something in this race, but she's probably not good enough to win.
So, wow, Racing Colors still in the paddock. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Racing Colors just getting a tack reset. Sometimes the jocks come out and they're not happy where that tack is sitting, whether it's too far up a horse's withers or too far back, which is generally the case. So she's just getting that reset. She's a very good actor, so she'll be hitting the track here momentarily. As we'll start with the horse coming off the layoff, and that's number 1 in here, Fast and Frisky for trainer Jorge Abreu. Now, the last time she came off of a layoff, she just looked so incredibly fit overall, and she was able to get the job done and win. Today, fit from a lean perspective, but I feel as though she needs to strengthen up a bit across that top line overall, and just her coat, considering that she is a short price and she doesn't have recency that many of her main competitors have. I'm just a little concerned to take her as a favorite, as we do see Arad Ortiz giving her a nice warm up there, some pats and encouragement, as well as he's warming her up down the chute. As we'll take a look here at Kali Magic. I love what I'm seeing from Kali Magic on the day. She's totally dappled. Her coat has gone the right way, having not raced for a little over a month and a half now, and she's a lot more energetic than what I've seen from her in her more recent starts. Came into the paddock, ears up, very forward, engaged. The same thing has overflowed to the racetrack. I love what I'm seeing from her today, as Ruben Silvera looking for that lead, as Andy indicated, and I'm hoping he can take them all the way. As her main rival, Embraceable Gal, she often does herself no favors at the start, as she is one that is huge. She's a very, very big mare, and as I've often talked about with her, she gets a bit claustrophobic in the starting gate. Now, last time at Saratoga, she acted up. She was being bad in the starting gate, and I think that was a product of Belmont Stakes Day. At Aqueduct, you don't have that energy coming from the crowd, the loud noises, and she's always been so calm, so relaxed here, and that's often why at times we've seen her actually get out of the gate with the rest of the field. So she's giving me every impression that she can do that today, and I always feel as though when she breaks, obviously, it puts her in a much better position, and that's when you see her best efforts. Physically, she always looks fantastic for Rob Atras here. She's just a good-looking type, so I like her demeanor as she goes postward today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up for this second race. Joe, let's get your rider's perspective of how you handicap this race. Where are you going to wind up?
I tell you guys, I used to love this flat mile race. You got the whole backside to set up the horse and go good. But you know what? Dylan's got a target on his back here. Everybody's going to be taking little cheap shots, and not saying he's not the best horse in a race, but pace makes race. I kind of like what Andy said about Linda Rice and Lascano teaming up with this horse again. He's able to sit back, let his horse breathe, relax, save the energy. If I had anybody to pick, I would love to be sitting on the 2 in his position, even though he's 9-1.
I hope she can break. She is a horse that's had issues breaking. I'm hoping there's some hitting. We'll see. I am really surprised. I don't understand what's going on the board, because right now the 3 went down to 7-2, came back to 4-1, is the clear-cut favorite in the doubles. I'm looking at some doubles. Appears to be the shortest price going forward in the double, yet on the board right now in the win pool, this horse appears to be a major overlay. And, you know, there's a lot of grousing about, oh, the exacta paid badly. No, it's that the win prices paid too much, and it's because the CAWs aren't participating in the win pool. So you can find overlays. Instead of grousing, oh, the exacta came back badly, you should be cashing because you made money on the winner who paid $12 and probably should have paid $7. So there is value sometimes, and I think the 3 is enormous. Even though I like the 2, I think the 3 at 7-2 is ridiculous to be the 4th choice in this race. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever.
Maggie liked the way she looked as well. That is a big number right now, no question, on Kali Magic. A little shocking, 11-time winner as we get set for the start of this Pick 4 coming up.
The betting has just never changed in here in this race. And I think one of the keys to the race will be what Dylan Davis does, Joe, with Embraceable Gal, because I think Snappin' Buttons and Cali Magic both have speed. Is Dylan going to be aggressive with her? Because, as you know, if 3 horses get involved in the pace, that's when the pace can heat up.
Exactly. And what you guys are saying, though, we have all this information in front of us. We have to lean on Maggie. Andy Bancomb's doing great. And down in Gulfstream, Sam, they're able to look at the horse in the paddock. We have to remember there are horses out there. And them giving you insight of how the horse looks in the paddock is such a big advantage.
Everybody should be as good as Maggie Wolfendale.
I agree.
2-1 favorite. A bit of that, no question. The man aboard, Arad Ortiz Jr. As we load up for the start of this pick 4, New York Breds, allowance optional claiming field. There is Kali Magic, a very tasty 7-2 right now on the one we thought should have been favored. Not going to be the case, it looks like, as Chris Griffin gets set to kick off his early pick 4 race 2 from Belmont at the Big A.
Embraceable Gal and Snappin' Buttons to the outside. Snappin' Buttons. Stepping forward and in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a step slow there for Embraceable Gal. The speed comes from Kali Magic right to the front at the rail. Here moving through is Fast and Frisky to join that early leader. Snappin' Buttons is now drifting outward here, center of the racetrack as they get set to come out of the chute. It is going to be Snappin' Buttons with a neck advantage over Kali Magic. They're 1-2. Just behind them is Fast and Frisky, who travels to the inside here of Embraceable Gal. They're 3rd and 4th. Just following them is Mama's Got a Gun. The trailer. Late running Racing Colors. The front 2 go at it. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Kali Magic is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. It's mild pressure from Snappin' Buttons towards the outside. A stalking presence from second. Here comes Fast and Frisky on the move. Irad Ortiz Jr. at the rail with 4 furlongs left to go. 45.34 for a half-mile time. Embraceable Gal starts to move in closer from 4th as well. Just behind them, Mama's Got a Gun and the trailer. Racing Colors. They've got to get to Kali Magic, and Kali Magic extends the margin, is up by 2. Fast and Frisky now tips towards the outside smoothly, and Fast and Frisky is looming up on the outside of Kali Magic, who's trying to keep the advantage. Fast and Frisky now called upon for the effort here by Arad Ortiz Jr. And Fast and Frisky is trying to push on by a stubborn Kali Magic who won't go away. A furlong left to go. Fast and Frisky to the outside. Kali Magic battles on. Embraceable Gal is now in 3rd. Fast and Frisky inside the final 16th. Embraceable Gal is launching a late rally. Fast and Frisky needs the line. Fast and Frisky wins it over Embraceable Gal, who got second over Kali Magic and Racing Colors in 1 minute 36.56 seconds.
Fast and Frisky, Jorge Abreu barn, Arad Ortiz Jr., and the public made the right one the favorite.
Boy, this horse got a good trip, but Joe, she was much the best in here, and the public was right about this horse. Embraceable Gal not as forward as we thought she might be in here, but she put in a big run at the end, but couldn't catch the favorite.
So Arad Ortiz Jr., Joe, on Fast and Frisky. And here comes the winning move, sitting behind Kali Magic. And when Arad asks for more, he gets it.
And tell you the truth, the thing that's more impressive, look at the times. It wasn't like she was walking the dog on the front end. 23:45, 10 3/4 could win any sprint. Still was able to have some horse down the lane. Really opened my eyes after the race.
Yeah, I don't think the track's necessarily as fast as it was last week because this is not a particularly quick time for it, but you're right, that's second quarter. But of course, down the straightaway in those mile races, they heat up in the second quarter.
Yeah. I was proud of her how she hung in there. You got to give her credit.
Embraceable Gal came running late, but comes up short. 1-5-3-4. Here in race 2, Fast and Frisky, and 2 races in, 2 favorites. Formful beginning, even though we didn't expect this one to be favored. Public made this one the top choice.
No, whether Irad or not, they got the horse right, and she got the job done. She was good today.
So Fast and Frisky, 3rd career win. All of them coming here on this surface. And we'll have the prices for you when we come back. 4-year-old filly by Salamini, Abreu, Arad Ortiz Jr., New York Final Furlong Racing Stable. Team up for the victory here to kick off this early Pick 4.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program here on FS2 as it's America's Day at the Races. And we are here joined by winning rider Irad Ortiz Jr., who was aboard Fast and Frisky, and she was today coming back. And Irad, we saw pretty quick fractions for the mile. They went 45 to the half, but you kind of moved her into it. Did you feel as though going into the turn you had to get that more forward position?
Going to a turn and try to go with the flow, to be honest. We went a little fast, but my filly was traveling nice, a little quicker than what I want to, but I wanna be in contact with those horses, and by the half a mile change lead, she picked it up really nice. I got a chance to grab a long hold of her, and she come back to me. I say, well, it's gonna be from here. It's gonna be, she's gonna give me a run whenever I ask her, and she did.
Better to stay out of their way when that happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to be on her way. Yeah. And then I was available to hit clear going before the quarter pole. I go for it. She responds really well. She do everything really nice.
You're on the road, Penn National, Kentucky, back to Pennsylvania to Presque Isle on Monday. You are a road warrior, but I got to ask you about one of the big horses on Saturday in the Stephen Foster at Churchill, Mindframe. Stretching back out to the two turns. He seems so adaptable, but how do you feel about that?
I feel great. I mean, last year he ran some mile and a quarter, like a Belmont Stakes race. Then he went to the Haskell, and he did good. He did good. I think it was early for him, to face those horses. You only have to race on his bell, and then he did great. He got beat by Dernosh a couple times. Really good races. Then last time I thought it was a little too short, and
he got there.
He got there on time. I mean, he's a nice horse. He knows how to win, and I think 2 turns not going to be a problem for him.
I'm looking forward to seeing him. Best of luck and congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, on the road, Irad Ortiz Jr., but making the best of his time at the Big A here, Greg.
Indeed, and that's a big one coming up in the older horse division. We're all excited, Joe, about these older horses, some of these big names who've come back. But this 3-year-old division is pretty good, isn't it? With what we saw from Sovereignty and Journalism in the Belmont Stakes?
I'm so excited to see the end of the year. When it comes to Breeders' Cup, you got some really talented horses. And what Bill Ma did by skipping the race and coming back and showing that he was pretty much the best horse. I mean, we really got a great lineup. But what about the California horse, Baeza? I mean, he's no slouch to get me just a few lengths and still running. He's a big horse that's just growing up. I love seeing a horse develop into a bigger, better horse. And we got a great crop.
We might see rematch. This we're hoping, fingers crossed. Journalism,
Travers,
and Sovereignty,
Haskell,
Jim
the
Dandy,
summer.
yeah, Travers. That would be
Tim
tremendous.
Dandy even. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Race 3 is going to kick off to pick 6, 7 furlongs, $35,000 maiden claiming race coming up, and big scratch with a 9 coming out of this spot here. Great Ace, 9-5. No surprise here. This one, the horse to beat.
Probably the one to catch as well. I'm leaving. I'm going to get something to eat.
You're leaving us?
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe, we're going to stick around for a little bit.
Things
we're
are
going to bring
moving
in
forward. Acacia's coming.
Yeah,
Believe me,
Acacia
things will be
Clement.
a lot better up here in a
We'll
minute.
step into Andy's seat while he gets a little bit of a break, and we'll see you back later this afternoon. Quick timeout. We'll be back. More coming up with Joe Bravo, and we'll kick off this Pick 6 about 13 minutes to post when we come back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back. Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
the new Belmont Park.
Welcome back to our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on this final week of action. Belmont at the Big A as we rotate crew in. Acacia Clement, good to see you.
Good to be here, and good to be here with you, Joe. You're doing a great job so far.
I'm glad we got rid of Andy. Look at the improvement we got. Acacia, always great to see you.
He's coming back, but Joe will be long gone by then. We have the Pick Six here coming up in just a moment. We're all excited. Obviously, the big transition happening in the sport. Not talking about going to Saratoga next week. What's happening here downstate, new construction. Belmont Park, and we'll have one more summer, Belmont at Saratoga, and then fall 2026, this beautiful new stadium for horse racing, modern, state-of-the-art facility will be in Elmont, New York.
And I think it's really special. I think all of us feel this way that are associated with NYRA and even in the game of racing, to be somewhere where you see a company investing in this future of the sport. Sadly, we have seen over the last several years many racetracks closing. And so I think that it really is a testament to how New York feels this from the state perspective as far as the sport and the industry of horse racing, and of course the New York Racing Association as well. It's going to be our home, and it's going to be really exciting as we move on to the future of New York racing, and of course looking ahead to 2027 where the new Belmont Park will get a chance to host the Breeders' Cup. Will be pretty cool to see the Breeders' Cup back in New York, Joe.
That property is going to be amazing. It's just gorgeous. When was the last time any state really put a property like this together? They really copied it after Dubai grandstand, and yeah, we can't wait.
Tremendous for the sport, and great to have that centerpiece racing facility in New York. Fall 2026, we get one more, Belmont at Saratoga.
Yes.
So I would think the first one was so much excitement for it. The last one, I think, is going to be get your tickets now, basically.
I know. Pretty much get your hotels booked, get your reservations for dinner if you can. But yeah, it's going to be fun. The one thing about Saratoga, no matter what the races are, the fans and the crowd there are so into it and what's happening on the racetrack, which is really cool.
We're going to look ahead to the weekend. When's the last time you were at Saratoga?
I tell you, I've spent like last 3 years in California, so it's got to be a good 5 years, but Saratoga's special. Look at the history. We were talking about earlier, they have all these tracks. What town do you know you could walk around the town and cannot find a restaurant that has something to do with racing? There's a horse, a jockey in every restaurant. It's pretty special.
Yeah, it really is. Let's look ahead to this weekend and stakes action we have coming up on the turf in the Ashley T. Cole at Belmont and the Big A in this Saturday card. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Purse of $125,000. And Bold Journey, 26 black. Some horse named Senbi. Patient name that one, Joe.
I'm glad you said the name.
Senbei, yes, my man. But yeah, we're going to get a chance to see the horses coming out of the Elusive Quality, which was won by My Boy Prince, who we saw run really well in the Jaipur too, up in Grade 1 Company, a horse that's kind of found a new home sprinting. But it was really a blanket finish behind him. And I think all of those horses really came forth with a big effort. Senbei was off of a layoff. 26 Black was off of a layoff that day as well. Bold Journey tried the Jaipur to no avail, and so he's taking another shot coming back now against New York Bred Company. So I think that any of those horses behind My Boy Prince have a chance to step forward.
That's the field for the start of the Pick 6 here coming up as we take a look at the current odds. 7 furlongs, $35,000 maiden claiming race. Gray Ace kicks things off with a drop in class.
Drop in class faced eventual Withers winner Captain Cook last time out, but has not run since December, so also has the layoff to contend with.
First time starter next door, Kendrick Carmouche on board My Swag Daddy Lou.
What a name. It's awesome. This one by Honest Mischief does debut for $35,000, but there was a sibling who was a 3-time dirt sprint winner.
Big price on a first-time starter, unraced Dam in the first foal from her.
Yeah, not much pedigree to sink your teeth into. Was purchased at the OBS April 2-year-old sale last year for $17,000, so debuting for $35,000 a year later does make sense.
Okay debut, but against softer company for Spirit Dragon.
And broke really awkwardly at the start, broke inward, and was kind of running in stops and starts. Second best that day, but could move forward.
Gregory Sackelbarn kicked off the card with a win. He's got one who actually took money against a better group at Laurel.
Yeah, the short comment says trouble opening 16th. I thought, yes, he got jostled around quite a bit at the start, but he actually got himself into a pretty good position in the middle of the race, just no kick late.
Start number 8, Remember the Chief, some distant third-place finishes against Maiden 20.
And was running for the waiver since coming back in 2025 in those last two. So the first time in 2025 that he's running for a claiming tag.
And Senor Pancho, interesting because the debut was on dirt against a very good field.
And he took money that day as well. He was 5-1. Does come back as a new gelding and an additional drop in class as well. He is the full brother to Stakes Place Bourbon Spirit, who is a dirt sprinter.
3 minutes to post here in the third. A reminder, $40 Friday feeder contest, low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont of the Big A's third race post-time Friday. Go to NYRABets.com/contests to get involved. Good luck to everybody participating. 3 minutes from the start of the Pick Six. Let's go down to Maggie.
And we'll check in with some layoff runners. At number 2, Gray Ace, taking a lot of money as of now, as he's a horse that has always been fairly professional when it comes to the preliminaries, and he does look fairly fit overall too. And his 2 races, his first and third start, as far as a speed figure standpoint, make him a legitimate player. But even that sandwiched in between second place effort, it does feel like that race, for whatever reason, came up just really slow when you look at the Beyer speed scale. But I do think there were some okay horses in there, as he'll take that drop in class. Fits very nicely with these, but I just thought this race was incredibly interesting, even for a maiden 35, as we'll take a look at a horse who's also coming off a bit of a layoff in number 8, Senor Pancho. And you want to talk about a horse that comes out of a key race with regards to his lone dirt try in his debut back on January 11th. T-Craft, 1/900, all good horses. And I actually liked him in the face of looking at those horses physically. He just looked heavy. Well, now as a gelding, he's so much more tucked up. He looks like a completely different animal. And I feel as though he is very live in this spot, returning to the main track. Moving on to some second-time starters. Number 5, Spirit Dragon. He broke a length slow last time and veered in. Then he quickly came to hand. Look for him to be more forward this time around with Ricardo Santana back aboard, getting Lasix, looks incredibly fit, has been very professional and just very focused. So I feel as though how quickly he jumped into the bridle after braking slowly indicates now in his second start he should be quicker out of the stalls. Another second-time starter whom I'm going to land on, offering a big price, Opportunity Woo. You look at those workouts, and even a Belmont clocker, Brian Pochman, mentioned to me how well this horse has been running. He was fractious at the gate. He didn't get away that well and got bumped around. Then he went to the rail. Yes, Acacia's right in saying that he got good position behind the early leaders, but I do not like when horses go to the rail at Laurel. It is not the place to be on that racetrack. So I want to give him another shot here. He is incredibly fit coming in. I love the 7 furlongs for him yet for his second try consecutively. So I'm going to take a swing with him at 9-1 currently. And then a first-time starter hovering around 10-1 is number 3, My Swag Daddy Lou. Typical Honest Mischief progeny, very big, bulky type of dirt sprinter, but has been so green, hollering, acting like he's not focused on running and flirting with the other horses. And I said, too bad, buddy. These are all boys here. So he's going to need one from a fitness and especially a mental perspective, as he's continuing to act green now behind the gate. Greg?
That looks fun.
Yeah, 9-1, and looking a little bit like a first-time starter here for Michelle Nevin.
That looks fun. Joe, when you have horses like this, I mean, sometimes it happens. First-time starters, 2-year-olds, you see it quite a bit. You want to keep them moving forward, right? You don't want them to stop.
One of my biggest comments after a race, I'll come back and say, man, this horse is completely negative. When I say negative, every action he has is backwards. You want to see a horse going forward. When a horse gets spooked from something, you still want it to be in a forward motion. And babies, you never know how they're going to react. Some go forward, some not so much.
How much did you rely on trainers, too, when you were getting aboard a horse for the first time and didn't know much about him?
Not because Acacia's sitting here, but Christophe was the greatest. Before a race, first time out, he would tell you a horse is a stay or a horse had a good turn of foot. He would give you so information that you do not have because he is first time out there. And 90% of the time, he was pretty darn on it.
Here's a look at the 5. What did you like with Spirit Dragon?
Okay, as a gambler, guys, I'm going to go broke. I love favorism. I'm not a horse player. Horseman, I'm a jock. Dennis Drazen's a good friend of mine, and I love to see him get lucky and win this race here. And so I got to go with the 5 just because that's a buddy. Come on, let's see him win.
And could move it. Look, it was a sloppy track. Acacia first time out. This will be the first time on a fast surface. Showed some ability in the debut.
Yeah, he did. And not a good start to the race either. I actually liked him a little bit in that first race. And yes, he is technically stepping up, but I think there's plenty of horses that have some questions to answer in here. I took a shot with the 8, Senor Pancho, who did take money, though he didn't run on the dirt first out. I was happy to hear Maggie's comment that he looked better now coming back as a gelding.
And you know, maiden claimers, maximum security came out of it. Anybody can come from anywhere. So these are the young horses that still got to shine.
Gray Ace from the rail, the one to beat, though. Even money right now with a drop in class. Let's go to Chris Griffin to kick off the pick 6 here on this Thursday card.
Senor Pancho goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning. My Swag, Daddy Lou, is going to be the early trailer. Speed from Spirit Dragon, in between horses right to the front, has got the advantage over Opportunity Woo, who's going to be 3 wide as they work up the backstretch. At the rail, that's Gray Ace. Just behind them comes Senor Pancho, is well settled in 4th, starts to progress center of the racetrack. That's the leading quartet. Chased along is Remember the Chief, is trying to keep up with that leading pack, is in 5th. Is now 3 lengths in front of Admiral Indy, and not enjoying things very green is My Swag, Daddy Lou. On the debut is the trailer. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, and at the rail it's Spirit Dragon. Opportunity Woo is in pursuit 2 wide. 3 wide, and in hand is Senor Pancho. It's these 3, as Gray Ace is trying to keep up from 4th. Just behind them is Admiral Indy, trying to make up late ground in 5th, is to the outside of Remember the Chief, and starting to get the hang of things now. Here comes My Swag. Daddy Lou is the trailer, but is starting to build some momentum and drifting out. 46 and 4 for a half-mile time. Spirit Dragon is in front. Senor Pancho down the center of the racetrack is on the wrong lead. Now straightens up and tries to push on by. Spirit Dragon is gutting it out down towards the inside. Senor Pancho is back to second. His game is trying to catch Spirit Dragon, who's just running a straighter course. A 16th left to go. Spirit Dragon, Senor Pancho, Gray Ace in 3rd. Spirit Dragon wins it. Spirit Dragon over Senor Pancho, Gray Ace, and Remember the Chief in 1 minute 23.66 seconds.
Mike drop, Joe Bravo, just like that. Well done, John Kimmel, Ricardo Santana Jr., Dennis Drazen. Nice selection.
Wow, when you got luck, you could do anything, right? Hey, congratulations, team. Great job, everybody.
This horse was very game, though, too. Very game. You know, Senor Pancho made it a little bit of a run there in the stretch, that horse being a bit wide. But I think Ricardo Santana, who has really fared well, Joe, since moving his tack here to New York, too. His aggression paid off of putting this horse forward and into the race.
He really is a good rider. He goes out there. I mean, look, when you win races on an everyday schedule anywhere in the country, he's coming here and just doing the same thing. Young race horses, got to keep their head clear, keep them in the game. And tell you the truth, this 3 horses, first-time starter, I'm not hating on him. You give him 2 or 3 more starts, he might be okay. If you've seen him at post-braid, he was acting like a baby, everything was negative, and he walked out of the gate the same way, but he put in a run around the turn that shows you he could give you a good 1/8 of a mile run. We just kind of time it a little bit better in the next couple starts.
Well, obviously a different situation. Ricardo Santana Jr., we've seen him compete summer after summer, Saratoga, so he fits with this jockey colony. He's obviously a tremendous rider, but now coming to New York here full-time to ride. What's that like? You went out to California to try to go to a new jockey colony.
Well, I'll tell you, if I win races all over the country, anybody can, right? I've been blessed to be able to. Good horses make you look good out there. I'm going to say again, Santana win races at Oaklawn, Saratoga. You put him on the right horse, and he's going to get the job done. Horses really, everybody gets caught up. Oh, that hot rider. Horse racing's kind of like a roulette wheel. You don't know what the next race is going to come out. You just got to go out there and try your best, and at the end of the year, it all shows.
And sometimes, horses go through their conditions. Then they have to step up and face tougher company next time out. And it almost kind of makes the trainer, the jockey, the better as well. You go in waves. It's like a wave as you move forward through this game.
The conditions with horses, when they go through it, they could be hot early on, and they have to step up against older horses. It really shows, and they go, oh, he's not winning. Well, no, he's got to wait his time till he grows up and that horse matures to compete against his company again. And the horses talk. They really do. We just have to listen.
Spirit Dragon, start number 2. Ricardo Santana Jr. for the John Kimmel barn. With the win here at 4-1 as selected by Joe Bravo. As we go to Horseshoe Indy for the opener coming up. And 2-turn mile, $12,000 tag here. All for sale for that price. Non-winners of 2 lifetime in this opening race. Where Beach Dancer on the outside, favorite at 8-5 right now. Here's, I believe, Chote is how you say it.
I think we had this conversation about a year ago, almost to the day, when this horse broke his maiden, a horse that has not been in the best form recently.
10-1, here's Ranch Life.
Going back to, got onto a fast track, getting onto a fast track today, if I could spit it out, after a wet track last time out.
Turf Back to Dirt, Amazingness went by. Here's the 4 on my way to save the day.
A horse that also had to run on a wet track last time out. 1 at Mountaineer, 2 back. How does that stack up against these?
Rider change on Bougie is a word, Rodney Prescott.
Stretching out in distance. The last time she tried a route was not a successful one.
Stretch back out for the 6 Air Force Lightning.
Was effective going long, though, on synthetic.
And first time going long for the Speedy Beach Dancer.
And I would imagine her speed plus the drop in class going to be very dangerous. The big question is, can she get the distance? But she is going to be quick out of there, and you see her at even money now.
Yeah, I think we know who's going to be in front on that stretch out with that Speed Beach Dancer. 7-5 from that outside post. It's post time here coming up for this Thursday card from Horseshoe Indy. Let's bring in Rachel McLaughlin for more on today's card. Hi, Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, we do have a wonderful card today. I was just saying earlier, we have a little bit of everything for everyone. It just depends on, what you like. But we've got turf racing, we've got dirt racing, we've got allowances, we've got some claimers, a starter, and we have 4 quarter horse trials. We'll be off with you guys. Those aren't till later this evening. But so yeah, pick your poison, and we got a little bit of everything here today, guys. The card is tremendous. We'll be going over the first 6. And here though, looking at the horses, the 7 Beach Dancer with the favorite as the favorite right now looked really good. You don't know what they're going to look like until you get out here. I did put the 3 Amazingness on top, but based on looks alone, I would give the edge to Beach Dancer, dropping down in class for trainer Tim Eggleston. However, with the inside post being the hottest percentage-wise here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Amazingness, Arcelio Flacco, the jockey, aboard for Tony Granitz, the trainer. And I called Tony Granitz a little bit earlier today, and I said, hey, we're switching it from Marcelino Pedrosa to Flacco, which was the jockey that rode this horse the last 3 times. And he said, you know what? I'm really, really rooting for Flacco. He gets on her in the morning, and I got to give him the chance. I just feel like she really, really likes him. And she's a horse, he said, that likes to be a bridesmaid. She doesn't really like to pass horses, and as some of us know that own our own horses, they are herd animals. You want them to have that winning spirit, but Amazingness, she does like to be a bridesmaid, never the bride. So he thinks that maybe Flacco, since they get along so well in the morning, and that's also an angle that I love as well. You can tell when horses love their jockeys, and their jockeys, really get along with them, and everyone has that horse they ride or work with that's their favorite. So given that, I went 3 Amazingness, 7 Beach Dancer, and I threw in Chote, who you guys just mentioned, the 1 as well, with a little bit of a long shot here for the opener in Indiana.
Rachel, thank you. Joe, a short price here on Beach Dancer, Speedy Sprinter, stretching out, sort of a broad generalization, but a lot of people say it. Did you feel this way, that sometimes that first time going long for a horse like this might be the best?
Yeah, I'd say it just depends on the horse's lungs, what kind of air they really get underneath them. If they can relax out there, you get a speed crazy horse stretching out, no, nothing you can do to help them settle down and relax. But if a horse has a little intelligence and they listen to the rider and they get that breathing underneath them, it's kind of like a boxer. You don't want to punch yourself out.
I like that. Well said.
Yeah. I'm going to laugh. Jimmy Riccio used to make fun of me. I'm not a handicapper, as you guys know it. He used to call me Joey Byers. The minute the overnight and PPs come out, I look at the Beyer numbers, and I'm like, oh, wow. So I found a 3-horse with the Byers best, but, man, 2 for 45. Well, yeah. I'm going to leave the handicapping to you two and not.
How much, when you're in the room and you're looking at, the day's mounts you have coming up and everything, so what did you use to study to know what you had to do race by race?
Video replays. I love this new format. You push the trouble trip. You got the video right there in seconds. Yeah. And nothing better than to see the live action than you do. So many times it says, check, check. Well, that wasn't a check. And you really get to see on your eyes, and that's what I lean on.
I think they're so important as well for if you're handicapping, whatever it is, and such a good resource that if you actually put the time in can really help you.
Even money on this Speed Sprinter stretching out. Beach Dancer, the 7. John Dooley, here's the opener from Horseshoe Indy.
to Choate and 9-2 On My Way to Save the Day. Rodney Prescott was a change of rider for Bougie as a Word. Given a 41-1 chance. Bougie as a Word. Eva Money Beach Dancer. Just a couple of them back. Loading up for the mile. Felix Astudillo, Air Force Lightning. Coming up at 19-1 odds. Eva Money Beach Dancer will be last. Air Force Lightning loads. One more, Mitchell Morrow with Beach Dancer. Here's the first favorite at Eva Money. Over the mile. Main track fast at this hour. In the Hoosier State for America's Day at the Races. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. On My Way to Save the Day. Broke sharp. There's Beach Dancer with an early run. Toward the inside is Ranch Life and Bougie as a Word. And the all black silks as they enter the first turn. It's Beach Dancer. So Beach Dancer has taken the early lead in front here of On My Way to Save the Day by 3.5 at the 6.5. With Ranch Life vying for third. On the outside, Bougie as a Word, and Air Force Lightning has a white cap, and then comes Amazingness, who's running second to last, and Choate trails here in the Thursday opener. The first two of 8 furlongs covered in 23.91 seconds with Mitchell Morrow. Beach Dancer leads stretching out to a mile. Beach Dancer allowed to dictate terms. Beach Dancer leads them to a half mile from home, in front here by 3.5. On My Way to Save the Day continues to chase the pace. The next three, Ranch Life with Air Force Lightning, and on the outside, Bougie as a Word, running in 5th. 2 more to Amazingness, length and a half to Choate, who remains last. Beach Dancer, the first favorite in charge, half mile in 47.35 seconds, steady as she goes with Mitchell Morrow. Beach Dancer leans around the far turn that way, coming toward the quarter pole. On My Way to Save the Day continues second, close up for Fernando de la Cruz. Amazingness is up in the third from Air Force Lightning. Ranch Life Choate up 1 spot, and Bougie as a Word is last as these fillies of mare turn for home. Beach Dancer looking to finish them off. 3/4, 1 minute 12.22 seconds with Mitchell Morrow. Beach Dancer in full flight for the final furlong has widened to a 6-length advantage from On My Way to Save the Day with Amazingness toward the inside. They're close to home with Mitchell Morrow. Beach Dancer. Beach Dancer, wire to wire, won by 6 from On My Way to Save the Day. Amazingness was third. Air Force Lightning finished 4th.
Big drop in class, but the stretch out a question. Beach Dancer handled it just fine at a very short 1-5.
She did. She relaxed nicely in the front end, though Joe and I were kind of laughing at her. You're going to see her in the stretch show. She ends up kind of jumping the tracks, and she did it at one point on the back stretch as well. I don't know if it was a shadow or what she saw, but she'll flip back to her left lead and then leap over the tire tracks in the stretch.
I tell you, I kind of like when speed horses do that. It means they have more underneath them and they're not like running speed crazy. They're paying attention to the surroundings. So it lets you know that the horse is breathing. As a rider, I don't mind if they look at stuff because it tells you that, hey, listen, he's still not trying yet. You still have something underneath you. But when they jump at the last 16th of a mile, it will make you swallow and, okay, we're okay, we're okay.
Home OK is a 1-5 favorite to kick off that card. Back Belmont at the Big A, kicking off the Pick 6. All you had to do was listen to Joe Bravo here, Spirit Dragon, with the win. 4-1, second time out, jumping up in class and getting the win.
A nice pick by Joe, and a horse that I think really benefited from that first start to get the foundation with the Kimmel Barn. Typically, you like to see them have a race under their belt, and he ran well, and he was able to effectively step forward second time out. It was very game.
I tell you, that horse just told me my whole life, I depend on friends to get me there. Look, here's a friend, got us the winner there, and that's kind of how my whole life is. I'm just really blessed to have good people to pick you up and get you there.
Spirit Dragon, improvement here in start number 2. Holding off Senor Pancho, getting back to dirt. And it's John Kimmel, Ricardo Santana Jr., and Dennis Drazen with a victory there, $10.80 for the win. 5-8-2 finish in the third. Late pick 5 begins in race 4. Take a look at the field. 1 turn mile, $30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 life the condition, and big assist given to Mo for the King with a scratch of the 2, 3, and 4. All the other speeds gone. This horse should be alone in front.
Absolutely. Even though the blinkers are coming off, this is a horse who's stretching out from a sprint distance and has shown plenty of speed when going both a mile and 7 furlongs. The current favorite, though, is Senegal, who's taking a big drop from the inside post. Horse that did break his maiden for $30,000.
Joe, it was great having you on. near future, obviously the cast on that right hand, how long are you going to be out of commission here?
The doctor's saying about 5 more weeks. I mean, anything, occupational hazard, anything could happen at any time. I've been on the couch for 2 weeks like this, keeping it elevated. Doctor, I did what you told me, but kind of got a little stir crazy and really happy to come out and talk with you guys today, you know?
So you're watching the show, of course.
Of course. I live on horse racing at all times. I got one of the horse racing channels on.
But this summer, we may eventually see you back where?
You know what? Monmouth's home for me. My plans were to go down to Colonial. They put on a great product. We got some great racing 4 days a week. I was really excited about it. But you know what? Everything happens for a reason. Let's see where tomorrow brings. Let's see how these fingers kind of heal up and let the road take us where it's going to go.
Well, get well soon. Great job. It was a lot of fun having you on with us today.
Great talking to you guys. Thank you.
It was great having you on. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Fun to have Joe Bravo on the program with us. Short time out. We'll be back. We'll get deeper into this late pick 5 when we return, and we'll talk about a potential Belmont Stakes rematch. Would that be fun? Maybe Jim Dandy and Travers. Stay with us. More coming up on our Fox Sports 2 coverage right after this.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
I know that, Lake. Soon we will be upstate. We can't wait. Final week of action down here at Belmont at the Big A. You can play all the action with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all summer long and beyond at Saratoga. Going to be there early with that July 4th Racing Festival weekend at the Spa. As we have the late pick 5 coming up here, but we're going to look ahead to what we have to look forward to this summer. We kind of whet those appetites with that Belmont at Saratoga week. So top 5 that you're looking forward to seeing at the meet at Saratoga.
Well, a couple of them are horses that I want to give another chance to. And number 5 is Fierceness, who was one of the top billings going into the Met Mile. Didn't fire. Read an article of Todd Pletcher saying that he hit the gate, came back and had a cut in his mouth, and just never really seemed comfortable following that. And he thought maybe he bounced a little bit after that huge effort in the Alysheba, looking like he's pointing towards the Whitney this summer. And Saratoga's a racetrack that he's had a lot of success with. He's better than what we saw in the Met Mile, and I know that he's a horse that historically hasn't been able to handle some adversity, but I want to see if he can get back on track.
And that was, I feel like a lot of people were kind of shocked by that performance, but yeah, he still didn't run all that bad in defeat. Farbridge, number 4 on your list.
I had to be a little bit of a homer. A little bit.
I love it.
This is a horse that I really am excited to see. He's pointing long-term goal to defend his title in the Sword Dancer, and one that I think will be getting back to his optimal trip. He was a horse that probably didn't love the cutback in distance with the rescheduling and the rearranging of the Manhattan, but I thought Joel Rosario did a tremendous job, all things considered, getting him to the rail that day and giving him the best possible chance. But he's a horse that, like I said, getting back to his optimal trip, him winning the Sword Dancer wire to wire last year was such an awesome day, and he's shown versatility. We'll see if he can do it again.
Let's see if we have more of that incredible success that we saw from him last summer. The New Jersey bred, the pride of New Jersey, number 3 on your list.
I love this horse, Bookham Dano. I think he's got a lot of fans out there, but he's one that just is so honest. The ownership group in Atlantic Six Racing is so much fun, and they're enjoying the ride with him as well. Kind of reminds you, like, this is what racing's supposed to be. Taking one horse, taking a big group along on an incredible journey, and on top of that, he's really, really good.
I mean, he's one of the top sprinters in the country with that effort, isn't he?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think that it's entirely possible we see him pick up another Grade 1 at the Spa this summer, and I love that they're campaigning him, they're running him, and we're going to get a chance to see him again.
I think I know who your top 2 is. But let's see, we reveal. Okay, journalism number 2.
Yeah, it's kind of a 1-2 punch. Journalism number 2, sovereignty number 1. Hoping that we get a chance in the Jim Dandy Travers, or both, whatever the case might be. I could be greedy, that we'll get a chance to see the rematch, because these are the top 2 3-year-olds of this class, and it's a very strong 3-year-old class. The sportsmanship from both of the connections, the way that these horses have performed on track, the talent of these 2 horses, it's been a lot of fun to watch. And right now, Sovereignty is the one that's come out on top, but I've talked about it a lot. The Travers, you think back to a horse like Arrogate. He was a big price going into the Travers, and then he had that dazzling performance because he was a later developing type of horse. The Midsummer Derby in the Travers, it's almost an addition to the Triple Crown, I think is such an important race in its own right, but it's also a huge opportunity for some of those later developing types. So you never know who's going to step forward, and I really hope we see a rematch between the big 2.
I guess we just got to wait and see who takes that step this kind of second half of the year. But do you feel like journalism could turn the tables as we get into the second half?
Absolutely. He's a very talented horse, and he is one that ran in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, the only one to do so this year. And he had 3 tough races, a huge second in the Derby, the Trouble trip to win the Preakness, and then a valiant second in the Belmont Stakes as well. Given some time, we'll see what happens when he comes back a fresh horse.
Fingers crossed we see that budding rivalry take place hopefully a couple of times this summer, but that would be incredible for this game to see that take place. We're going to get into the late pick 5 coming up. We're 4 minutes away from a start of this 1-turn mile ahead as we take a look at Senegal. Jeremiah Engelhardt, who might have one of those new faces. I'm trying to promote Moplex going to the Jim Dandy, see if that happens. That horse was getting stronger and stronger past the wire, going 2 turns for the first time.
It was really impressive, and he said either the Albany going 1 1/8 against New York breds, or the Jim Dandy against Open Company. And I think even though, you know, with the quarantine situation that Jeremiah had, it was not the first choice, but a race like the Ohio Derby, I think, was such a good opportunity for a horse like Moplex to see if he could handle the distance. And not only did he rise to the task, but he excelled at it.
Yeah, that was so impressive, and great to see connections rewarded too after a tough situation where they didn't get to run their horse.
100%. It was really fun, and it's always fun for us to see a New York bred successful on the big stage.
3 minutes to post in the race that kicks off this late pick 5 coming up, and this race just completely changed. Not just, you know, the field being reduced, but 3 horses all that wanted to be forward in here coming out as well. Right now it's Senegal from the inside, who's 4 to 5.
He is going back into the claiming ranks. He broke his maiden for 30,000 against New York Bred Company back in December and has been running against a bit tougher since then. Finger Lakes last time out, kind of best of the rest after a poor break.
To the 5, Heroes Medal, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Another drop in class, but this is a horse that comes from far off of it.
Ruben Silvera, I'm Solo in Love.
A horse that also is a deep closer, but in addition, taking a big drop.
I am Mo for the King. Blinkers coming off David Duggan, Luis Rivera Jr.
And even with the equipment change, this is a horse that just naturally is fastest early on, and that speed could be a big weapon for him.
2 minutes to post. Late Pick 5 on this Thursday card coming up. You can get in the game with Naira Bet's YouTube channel. Tune into race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. 6 to 5. Senegal, Manny Franco, Jeremiah Engelhardt. And this horse really just seemed to be getting really good until that last performance at Finger Lakes went backwards.
And it really did leap up at the start, and so was last early and kind of made that big middle move. But prior to that, had been in some decent form against New York Bred Allowance Company. Far tougher types of fields than what he's going to face today. And I think the drop in class is a big reason why we're seeing the favoritism on this horse right now. Was not able to get by as the favorite in this race that we're watching, but had run well that day and the prior efforts too. Has some tactical speed. The biggest thing is going to be hoping that he does not break slowly like he did last time.
Minute to post coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
And I have respect for Senegal, but I prefer the true drop-down horse in here, and that is number 5, Heroes Medal. To be fair, he's a horse I've always had a little bit of a thing for. He's just very, very handsome, obviously very well-bred. Medalla d'Oro, the sire out of a Malibu Moon mare, but this is the cheapest that he's run. And last time I thought he was against the racetrack. It was a day you wanted to be forward, and that's unfortunately something he just doesn't necessarily have, which could be his undoing in this spot here. But I'm just hoping that the class drop draws him into the race. He looks utterly fantastic. He looks by far the best in this field, at least looking at him physically. So I'm going to take a shot with Heroes Medal. Actually, it's not taking a shot. It's just picking a very logical horse. Number 6, I'm Solo and in Love. Do want to talk about the addition of the equipment that you see listed stating goggles on. Well, sometimes goggles can mean many different things. A lot of times, or traditionally speaking, they're actual cups on the horse's eyes. So just cover, like they're blinkers that have goggles on them. This is a bit different. This horse is wearing a pair of short cup cheater blinkers with almost a face shield over his eyes, similar to what the jockeys have been wearing, that kind of clear piece of plastic that they'll often pull down in front of their goggles. And that's what I'm Solo in Love is wearing, and they're trying to get this horse to run a little bit more truer through the kickback. Now, my concern would be, what about the kind of sound and the impact that the dirt makes when hitting that shield? We'll have to see, but obviously training in it, but still you can't necessarily recreate a race when trying that equipment out in the morning. So we'll see how he reacts to that. Number 7, Mo for the King. He's an odd horse. He's very much your atypical kind of sprinter. He's nothing but legs and nothing but length in his frame, and every bit of me says that this horse wants to run longer, but his lone win and best performance to date has come going 7-8, so turning back in distance. And last time when he was trying to run on the turf, I would have liked him in that spot if they went long with him. I still think that's an option, going long on the turf, because you can carry your speed a bit better, but obviously turf sprints are run that much quicker than dirt sprints, and he couldn't keep up. So we're going to go back to what has worked here. And on top of that, he was running against a very nice horse in front of the Devil. Blinkers coming off for the first time. He did get really hot, really washy in that last effort back on April 25th. So much more settled today. They did have to saddle him outside, but he handled it beautifully. I don't know. I just feel like there's another option for this horse. With the mile, I suppose that is what he wants to do. We'll see if he can be forward here yet again and take them on a merry chase, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Loading up. There's Heroes Medal stepping in. 6 to 5 on both the inside runner Senegal and 7 to 5 Heroes Medal.
I took a little bit of a shot with Mo for the King, just his speed play, but he certainly has his own fair share of questions to answer, as Maggie was alluding to. We'll see if anyone can get around the class of Senegal if he gets back to those races.
Chris Griffin to kick off the late pick 5 here in the 4th.
All set. And they're off. Slight stumble to start for Mo for the King. I'm Solo and in Love is showing early speed. Now takes back. Is going to let Mo for the King press on with Heroes Medal. They're going to be 1-2. At the rail is Senegal, and now the trailer tightly bunched. I'm Solo and in Love. They're chasing Mo for the King, who had the stumble at the start, comes out of the chute, hooks up with the backstretch, and eases back off of that early pressure, and it's going to be Mo for the King, slowing things down through a 24-second flat. Opening quarter mile. In pursuit is Heroes Medal, is right there stalking to the outside, and at the rail is still Senegal and Manny Franco. I'm Solo and in Love is the trailer. Mo for the King, and Luis Rivera Jr. going to try and take him almost all the way. It's Mo for the King, approaching a half mile left to go, is still up by a full length, almost a length and a half, tries to stretch the margin, 47-4. For a half mile time, Senegal tightly at the rail as Heroes Medal is going to get the first shot. And here comes Heroes Medal towards the outside, is now within a neck of the leader. Mo for the King is ahead in front of Heroes Medal. Senegal switches to the outside, is not accelerating yet, is trying to pick up the top duo. I'm Solo and in Love is still the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch. Heroes Medal is now taking the lead. It's Heroes Medal who's in front. Tries to put away Mo for the King, who's back to second. Senegal is lugging in. I'm Solo and in Love is trying to commence a rally down the center of the racetrack. Heroes Medal is up by 2.5, almost 3. A 16th left to go. It's a lineup in behind. Heroes Medal to get the victory. Heroes Medal wins it over Senegal. Mo for the King, and I'm Solo and in Love in 1 minute 37.31 seconds.
Heroes Medal, slight second choice at 6-5. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice to kick off the late pick 5.
And it was a significant drop in class, and Jose Lezcano was able to get this horse in a forward stalking position, and he was able to kind of take over on the turn, and you could just see that he was traveling far easier than the pace setter. Mo for the King was a blanket finish between the other 3 horses for second, but no doubt about the winner with this one, who really showed the class and kind of demonstrated why a drop in class can be so significant.
Third start off a long time away. Easier Company, and now 2 for 15 lifetime. Heroes Medal, 5176. Here to kick off this late pick 5. Let's go back to the beginning in here. Mo for the King, the advantage was the speed, and that did get to the front, but keep your eyes on the outside post. That stumble, not good.
Yeah, significant stumble, but you have to give credit to Luis Rivera Jr., who kind of kept that momentum going forward, and he still was able to get to the lead and control the pace on the front end. Obviously, it's never something that you want to see. In this case, I don't think it hindered his chances because he still got the kind of trip that you would think he'd need to.
In the end, this one right here, too good for this group. 6-5, second choice again. Heroes Medal for the Linda Rice Barn with Jose Lezcano to start the late pick 5. Prices for you when we come back. And we'll set the stage for the late pick 4. We'll be on the grass coming up in the 5th when we return.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
We know that the horses are the foundation of this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday afternoon. Second from Horseshoe Indianapolis. 2-turn mile, maiden special weight, all trying to get that first victory here for 3-year-olds with a 9-5 favorite is Globalist for Brad Cox.
Yeah, horse that's making a second start, but Brad Cox also sending out this one, which I feel like you have to say it, Coffee Talk.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
especially here in New York, Coffee Talk. Here's Globalist, the stablemate, start number 2.
Finished second, debuting at a mile. The winner, Brother Kenny, would come back to win with the 75 Fire.
Big number, and a horse that has some good races the last couple of tries. Arthur Jr.
Yeah, I know that he's making start number 6 already, but especially last time out when going long, he ran a valiant second.
Riley Mott with his third-time starter, son of Vacoma.
Steez, who comes from very far off of it.
20-1 here on the 5. I'm not going to try that.
Skibbity Riz, a horse that just has not shown much yet.
And did it dial 7-1 outside. Start number 2 for Brian Lynch.
A horse that ran very well, going 7.5 furlongs on debut. Not an easy task. It was against Maiden 40 company, though.
Let's send it out to Rachel.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, I agree with you, Acacia. You got to say that coffee talk. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth kind of thing? I definitely agree there. And I did get a chance to talk to Ricky Giannini, which is the assistant to trainer Brad Cox, who runs his string here and also at Fairgrounds. And he said, you know, this horse has been working really well, and Mitchell has been working him in the mornings, and they get along. And he likes that he's going to be on him today, coming here to Indiana for the first time. Ran a nice race at Fairgrounds on March 12th there in a maiden special weight, just missing for second by less than a length. So definitely has some form and a talented 3-year-old colt. And then the 2, I talked to him as well. And I got to tell you guys, here in Indiana, if you pay attention, sometimes whichever of Brad's horses is the favorite, which looks like the 2 right now, it's the other Brad Cox angle. I love making bets on the other Brad Cox. If everyone's putting money on one of them, I'll put some money on the other one. And I'm telling you, more often than not, I cash a ticket. So he's got Globalists in here, the 2. And Ricky, his assistant, did say that, you know, that first race he ran was second by a neck. And the winner of that race, Brother Kenny, who's actually nominated for our Indiana Derby, won a next level allowance next out. You know, this is a good horse. He's training well. That race, you know, was that was a tougher race. This is a little bit shorter of a field. So I know they like their chances for both of these horses. And then I do have a note for how the 3 was acting in the paddock when I was down there talking to everybody. Definitely a spicy gelding. Don't let the gelding angle fool you. Arthur Jr. looked like he was full of it in the paddock, and I did see him in the post parade and coming out of it, and he definitely looked like he was feeling good. So I would throw that one in for sure, just off the spicy angle. But I got Brad in here. I'm gonna go with Coffee Talk on top, Acacia.
I appreciate the pronunciation. I think I love it. It's fun.
She sounds like she's from the Bronx. I'm surprised that huge number on Arthur Jr. That horse really took a step forward. Those first couple of starts as a 3-year-old, 16-1 right now. Get back to that race in a moment. Heroes Medal with the win. It's Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano for Ronald Stewart.
Was in the perfect position to stalk and pounce. Jose Lezcano got him a little bit more forwardly placed. Significant drop in class. 3rd start of the form cycle. All of those things coming together. And he found himself in a field where he was just much the best.
Second win, 15 career starts. 3rd win off the bench after almost a year away. Back to the winner's circle finally for this 5-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro. And pays $4.70 for the win. Formful afternoon so far, but we got a long way to go. We'll be sprinting on the grass in the next race in that 50 maiden claiming event, but we'll get to that in a moment. It's back to Horseshoe Indy. And here is Did It Dialed, Brian Lynch. 6-1 here on the outside, is yet to be on a fast track. Debut came on a sloppy surface against 40 maiden claiming, and now going to step this one up.
And he ran very well that day. Not easy to debut going 7.5 furlongs. It's not easy to debut on a wet track, and he was a valiant second. Does step up in competition here, and so you wonder how that field does translate. But some of the other horses in this race have been running buyer speed figures that are just significantly higher than what he ran in that race. So it looks like he needs to improve, but every reason to think that he should take a bit of a step forward in his second career start.
Yeah, and these two stablemates for Brad Cox, very close here in the wagering with the 1 and 2.
Yeah, Globalist, a horse that debuted at Horseshoe Indy. First time out and finished second going a mile. Not easy to debut at a mile. And then Coffee Talk, who has a little bit more foundation. He has that one really good race 2 starts back. Similar buyer last time out, but wondering if he can run back to that race 2 back.
John Dooley with the call. Start of a pick 4. Here's race 2, Horseshoe Indy.
Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Arthur Jr. Given a 17-1 chance. 3-2 Steen's favorite. 9-5 Coffee Talk and Globalist 2-1. 7-1 Did It Dialed. Vincent Chamonix with Steens. Here's the son of Acoma. Now co-8 to 5 favorite with Coffee Talk. A couple of them back. Alberto Burgos, Skibbity Riz, son of Nyquist, a 5-race maiden. One more. Adam Eskitsa with Did It Dialed. Second on Churchill Downs debut. Over the mile here, second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. Arthur Jr. sharply away. Coffee Talk toward the inside. Skibbity Riz and Did It Dialed strides up on the outside to join them as they enter the first turn. It's Arthur Jr. with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Arthur Jr. to the early lead. On the outside is Did It Dialed and Coffee Talk in the Godolphin Blue tucked in toward the rail as these leaders go to the back of the track. Skibbity Riz with Steez on the outside and will settle back by Fernando de la Cruz. Globos trails. They go up the back. It's Arthur Jr. So Arthur Jr. dictates terms. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.64 seconds. Arthur Jr. leads at 13-1 by 3/4 length. Did It Dialed, second on the outside, staying close, and Steens is up into third. Coffee Talk running fourth here in the maiden mile. Then comes Skibbity Riz in behind horses, and Globalist taking a wider angle of attack. Close knit field as they go past the half-mile pole in 48.41 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Arthur Jr., who continues to lead by a half length. Adam Eskitsa and Did It Dialed right there with the black cap. Steens third on the outside in range. Globalist looking to sustain a bit on the far outside. Toward the inside is Coffee Talk and Skibbity Riz. It's a toss-up as they turn for home, where Did It Dialed has taken the lead. Steens on the outside, and Arthur Jr. tries to kick with them. 3/4, 1 at 12.54 seconds, 1 furlong to go. Here's Steez, and Steez is up to take the lead. To the inside is Did It Dialed, who continues to fight on. Steez and Did It Dialed digs in. Did It Dialed for Adam Eskitsa, and Steez. Did It Dialed would not be denied. Did It Dialed repels Steez through the stretch. 6 lengths away, Globalist third. Coffee Talk back and forth.
Ryan Lynchbarn with a horse moving up out of a maiden 40 claiming race at Churchill Downs. Start number 2 with the win.
And he did take a big step forward. Certainly benefited from that effort on debut, coming back at a mile, and he was able to dig in and hold off Steez, who was 2-1 there on the board, 8-1 on your eventual winner. Those two were much the best. Not much effort from either of the Brad Cox runners that took all that money.
8-1 upset, second Horseshoe Indy prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to an early start for our summer at Saratoga, that July 4th racing festival, and some big races to whet our appetites for the summer ahead. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Right around the corner, we're going to see these crowds piling into the summer place to be at Saratoga. And we have that July 4th Racing Festival early start to the season. Opening day next Thursday. Cannot wait. And here's what we have lined up for that week. Belmont Derby on July 4th, the Suburban. Manila, Schuylerville, Harvey Pack in the 5th. We see the 3-year-old fillies in the Belmont Oaks. Not to mention the Sanford and Kelso.
Yeah, really exciting. It's going to be such an awesome weekend to kick things off, even though that's still technically part of the Belmont meet, and the actual Saratoga opening day is the following week. It obviously will kind of have the feeling of starting Saratoga and starting the summer, and will be a lot of fun to spend July 4th up at the spa.
There's got to be somewhere to catch actual fireworks, right?
Apparently you can see them downtown.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's according to Google.
We'll report back to everyone and let you know. Let's talk with the Belmont Derby final gambit. Brad Cox, horse who looked very good, obviously on synthetic in that quasi Derby prep on the synthetic, and ran very good in the Kentucky Derby.
He did, finishing 4th in the Kentucky Derby, then came back and finished 4th in the Matt Winn as well. Regressed a bit there from some of his prior efforts, but one that came from very far off of it, closing on synthetic to break his maiden, and then he has that lovely Juddmonte pedigree by Not This Time. Not This Times can certainly handle the grass, so it'll be interesting to see what he does getting onto the turf for the first time.
Comes from very far out of it. We'll wait and see, who's lined up, obviously, in this race, and if there's enough pace that sets up for him. But exciting horse.
Yeah.
Who's relatively lightly raced for one of the top barns in the game. Meanwhile, it obviously didn't go the, surface-wise what we wanted with Nitrogen or what Mark Casse wanted, but it worked out just okay. She looked amazing on a dirt surface.
She was so dominant, and I still think that she's a turf horse.
Even though it's the fastest figure she's run, by the way, on a wet track.
I agree, but also sometimes horses handle a wet track if they're more of a turf horse as well. She just is built a bit more like a turf horse. But that said, she just looked far and above the best in that group. And I know it was a short field, but she was so impressive. And you saw Jose Ortiz just kind of take a peek under his legs and look behind, and he had so much horse underneath of him. I think Belmont Derby looks like it's going to be very wide open. Horses that are trying the turf for the first time are kind of some unknowns, whereas the Belmont Oaks, it seems that there's a real superstar in the likes of Nitrogen in there.
No question. She's the best 3-year-old turf filly in the game. But I thought it was interesting leading up to that race, that Wonder Again. Mark Casse had actually said he was looking for a dirt spot for earlier in the year. So he was it was in his mind about putting her on that surface.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, this is a big opportunity to run in the Belmont Oaks. You have a large purse as well. She's still just a 3-year-old. You could have some opportunities down the line.
Excited to see her back. She's been amazing and very fun to watch. Meanwhile, Locked looked like he was probably the best older horse in the country off that Santa Anita handicap victory. Things did not go well in the Ali Sheba when Fierceness had that incredible performance off the bench. Which Locked are we going to get when we see him in the lineup at the Suburban?
That's a big question. He was on a great run coming back at the end of 2024 from the allowance to the Cigar Mile. Then he started this year with the second in the Pegasus behind White Abario, and then first time with blinkers, that dominant Santa Anita handicap win. He didn't fire that day. I think it's worth it to give him another chance, but yeah, this will be the big question if he can get back to those triple-digit Beyer speed figures.
Back to the fifth, 6 furlongs on the grass, and here is Sheer Will, the remaining half of the entry.
Trying the turf for the first time. The dam was 0 for 3 in the grass. War of Will just 2 for 40 with turf sprinters.
Silver Pearls gets the rail and debuted against Straight Maidens.
Debuted on the turf sprinting, was a big price, beaten 2 lengths that day. Not a ton of turf pedigree, though.
Midnight Love Affair faced a pretty good one on the grass, who's come back to win 2 stakes.
Absolutely, ran behind Love Severe. Came back, tried the dirt to no avail in December. That was the end of turf season here in New York. Put on the sidelines, and she comes back here on the grass.
Pratt shows up on a first-time starter for David Duggan, the 5.
Filly by Munnings out of a grade 3 placed mare who was over 3 in the grass, but she did hit the board on the turf.
And first-time starter, 8-1 here, Dominic Schettino Barn with Christopher Elliott.
Out of an unraced mare, both siblings were winners. One of them won on the grass.
6 minutes to post. In this fifth starts the late pick 4. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post, 8-5 favorite. Silver Pearls, Arad Ortiz Jr. for Rob Atras. We'll have it for you when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
A sizzling sale. Fasig-Tipton's July selected horses of racing age. Since inception, this sale has produced earners of nearly $100 million. Recent grads include Grade 1 Vanderbilt winner Nakatomi. And graded stakes winners Fort Washington and Banishing. A leading market for racehorses ready to run. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, final week, Belmont at the Big A before we head to Saratoga. And we're going to start the late pick 4. Coming up with this fifth race, 6 furlongs, sprinting on the outer turf here in this 50 maiden claiming group as we look at Midnight Love Affair getting on the grass for the second time.
Yeah, and she didn't do much running on the turf first time out, but she comes back off the layoff, and she does drop in class, and I don't think it's a red flag drop. I think it's a being realistic, this is where she belongs drop, and I think she's a little bit interesting getting back onto the turf.
7-2 right now. Mentioned faced a eventual multiple stakes winner who she had to deal with in that debut. Here's Silver Pearl. She debuted on the grass in a straight maiden race at Fairgrounds.
She did. She was beaten 2 lengths that day. She actually ran pretty well. She's certainly a player, too. This is her first time running for a claiming race on the turf. The Dam was a pretty good dirt horse. She won the Adirondack and was quite precocious. But this really looks like she's maybe been a little bit more of a work in progress.
Yeah, Dam started 3 for 3 on dirt, including that Adirondack win that you mentioned. Second Dam, though, was good on the grass. Multiple stakes placed.
It's turf and synthetic she handled.
So 3-2, maybe a little short, but guess who's aboard?
Yes. I was just going to say that. It's a red or a tease. I don't think I'd want anybody in this field at 3-2, though, Greg.
Awfully short price. One that she faced in that debut effort at Fairgrounds. Actually would run very good against winners again at Churchill Downs, running second on the stretch out. And as we look at this first-time starter, and maybe you'll see a new face who's taking a lot of money, the 5 here. New issue for David Duggan with Flavien Prat aboard.
And I do think seeing Flavien Prat end up here on a first-time starter is something that maybe catches some people's eyes as well. Not necessarily a barn that he rides for all the time or first call or anything like that. Dave Duggan, we'll see if he has this one. He certainly can have them ready to roll at first asking. See if this Munnings filly is ready for her debut.
Pick 4 pool. Going to click over 60,000 here in just a moment as we get a look at the remaining half of the entry. Sheer Will at 5-1. What do you think getting on the grass here for the first time?
I don't know. It's been quite a few tries on the dirt. I know that a couple of those were in the winter, but you did see this one debut in June of last year. Sidelined for a long time, coming back here, sprinting on the dirt. This run okay, nothing special. There's not a ton of pedigree. The Dam was 0 for 3 on the grass, did finish in the money on the turf a couple of times. As I mentioned, War of Will, you think of him, obviously, as a very talented horse that could handle turf and dirt, and he's a son of Forefront, but just 2 for 40 with his progeny sprinting on the turf. So I'm curious, and this one's also cutting back in distance. It seems like Linda's been searching with this horse a lot.
Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start with the 7-5 favorite here trackside, and watching her first race, Silver Pearls, down at the Fairgrounds, she definitely moves a bit better and more efficiently like a turf horse over the surface, and she wasn't fast enough to keep up early, going to 5.5, so maybe the 6 gets her a little bit closer to the pace here and also the experience, but she ran on well to only be beaten 2 lengths that day. Massive hind end to her. I guess she makes a bit of sense, but at 7-5, I'd rather look elsewhere. We'll take a look here at Linda Rice's chart. Sheer Will, who's trying the turf for the first time. War of Will is decent with his turf horses, but they generally want a little bit more ground. She does look as though she can handle the turf. As the Dam, she handled it, never won on it, but ran by her figures in the upper 70s to suggest that she was proficient enough on it. So I do like her. On the surface change, I'm just not sure if the distance is the right fit for her, because they just go a little bit quicker than they do on the dirt. As we'll move on to number 4, Midnight Love Affair. I'm going to try with her. She had a bit of a trip in her first start where she was shuffled back at the start. She launched this ridiculously wide bid around the turn and rightfully flattened that day. She has grown so much. She has filled out a lot. I love what I'm seeing from this filly. Her coat's much better as well on top of all that. She looks fit. She looks ready to go here for Bruce Levine, and I think she showed enough in that turf debut to say that she's a player. Number 5, New Issue, really professional, 90% fit, goes out for Dave Duggan in here and fits the billing. Definitely looks like a turf sprinter, Greg.
And she is, second choice, the 5 at 2-1, and certainly take notice when Prat hops aboard on a first-time starter for David Duggan. There again, New Issue.
Debu's wearing blinkers, but good to hear that she seems to be well spotted in here, and you can often spot those Munnings. They have such a kind of typical, compact, powerful look to them.
Chris Griffin, as we kick off this late pick 4, here's the 5th.
All set. And they're off. Midnight Love Affair broke very sharply as alone up front, quickly up by a length and a half, almost 2, and is a little keen here, wants to go. Javier Castellano trying to ration the speed of Midnight Love Affair, who's sprinting away. Right there in second comes New Issue, is now comfortable, stalking from second. Outside of them comes Tafani. At the rail is going to be Silver Pearls, and the trailer, Sheer Will. They're still chasing a keen Midnight Love Affair into the far turn, 23.41. That posted opening quarter mile. Midnight Love Affair is still in front, now more relaxed in the turn. And here comes New Issue, moving in closer from second. Silver Pearls has taken third. Dropping back to Funny, and Sheer Will is the trailer. Hugging the rail, it's Midnight Love Affair who kicks for home. Midnight Love Affair has controlled the tempo. Here comes a challenge towards the outside from Silver Pearls, also chasing his New Issue, Sheer Will, from far back. Midnight Love Affair is opening up the margin once again, has a 16th left to go. Midnight Love Affair, no doubt. Front running score. Midnight Love Affair wins it over Silver Pearls, then New Issue and Sheer Will in 1 minute 9.13 seconds.
Midnight Love Affair loving getting back on the grass, and some big separation here with this win. Bruce Levine, Javier Castellano for Two-Tone Farms.
You can often tell a horse is going to run well when they break sharply and they get into the race. And this horse was like a rocket out of the gate, showing speed that she never showed as a 2-year-old last year. I actually got a touch nervous early because she got a bit keen after she broke so sharply and was trying to kind of take off and run away from the field, but was able to get her to settle, get a little bit of a breather along the backstretch, and then she was never in danger.
5-2. Coast second choice on the board, and at this point decides to just open up on the group. 109.13 final time. And when you see big margins like this sprinting on the turf, it's impressive.
And obviously it's a maiden claiming field, but it's certainly for any turf horse to break like she did, use that speed and pull away from her competition is a plus. And she obviously was happy to be back on the turf, and very nice effort from her today. And well done by Bruce Levine having her ready.
And she's going to go back to his barn. Not claimed in here. The 3 and the 5 were claimed. Midnight Love Affair will stay with Bruce Levine. No one dipped in. 4-3-5-1.
I'm sure he's happy about that after this.
5-2 on your winner. Javier Castellano in the irons for that performance. We are going to say, you hurry up, get downstairs. Sorry, no elevator's working again, so you're going to have to hurry and report the rest of the afternoon. But it's fun to spend a little bit of time with you.
Yes, it was. I'm leaving you in good hands with Andy coming back.
Andy Sterling back on the desk here after a short timeout. We'll get into more on the card. Dolomite, what do you think later today?
She's definitely the horse to beat. She's been in great form.
Looked very good in that last start. Midnight Love Affair wins the 5th for Bruce Levine. We'll be back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday afternoon. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Underway in the late pick 4, Midnight Love Affair. Impressive getting back on turf as I'm rejoined by Andy Serling.
I missed you.
I missed you as well.
Just a little over an hour away, but it was a struggle. It really was. I cried a little, but I'm back.
We just saw an impressive winner in this turf event at 6 furlongs. Midnight Love Affair. Easy time.
I think there were 2 races going on out there, and this horse was in one, and everybody else was in another. I mean, was there ever a moment in this race when you thought this horse could lose? I literally popped out of the gate
Keisha
like
brought
that.
up a good point. Yeah, I almost broke too fast. Feet kind of moved this one sideways out of the gate. She broke so good and just took command early.
This horse had run very well, relatively speaking, in her turf, in her debut on the turf, where she had a miserable trip. But man, she wasn't that horse today. I mean, unlike that day where she got left, Bruce Levine, got her to break out of the gate. This was a joke. I mean, so I'm not sure somebody wouldn't have been well off claiming her for $50,000.
Yeah, Bruce Levine, gonna get her back, as we said. Not claimed out of here. So excited to see what she can do next time out after this performance. What a step forward. 4-3-5. Here in this 5th to kick off this late pick 4. Early pick 4 comes back $147. Pick 5. And yeah, I'll get that number for you in a moment.
What do you need?
The pick 5. I have it right here. Paid $337. Sorry. In case
It's a
you
little,
didn't
it's a
believe
little
me.
warm up here. We're a little slow. Greg's kind of excited. I just showed back up. So there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be expected to be right on everything.
No.
Get ready for Saratoga. Coasting into that Saratoga meet. Sorry, Belmont and Saratoga. Let's get our get our meeting straight
Part
around
2.
here. Right?
Part 2, yeah.
Part 2.
Mile and an 1/8 on the turf coming up in this New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race where there is no question Starlight Dancer on the outside is the one to beat.
She runs her last race. They are all running for second. Now, she's had other chances where she hasn't run as well, and I think Alice Fantastic's a little interesting, as well as Atta Girl Addie, but I don't know how you make a case that Starlight Dancer's not the worst to beat.
She
can't.
was you cannot.
can't.
She was, but she's had 4 runner-ups now in 8 starts. She's
Right.
going to be drawn all the way on the outside, where she's not one necessarily who's going to be in front in this race.
And it's a 1.8 miles, which is a little bit different. She's run 1 mile and 1.8 race. She's actually ran pretty well, finishing second. There's no argument against her. I'm trying to beat her, but she was good. She was wide every step of the way last time. Arguably made the first real move into the race. They ended up sort of collapsing at the end. There was really nothing Kendra could do. She was victimized by her post in that race, but ran terrific.
She's actually, in the past, been in front going a little bit longer.
Well, I think you'll look to see Kendrick. It depends, what happens, but she has a pretty strong run into the first turn.
Yeah.
So Kendrick has time to find his position in here.
We'll get back to that race in a moment. Back to Horseshoe Indy race 3 coming up. Brian Lynch with a big upset at 8-1 with a second-time starter back in race number 2 in a race with 2 Brad Cox runners, a Riley Mott runner.
Frank Lyons get out for life, you think?
He probably did at 8-1, I would imagine.
Yeah. If he owes you money, give him a call.
Race 3, mile on the grass coming up in this allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Rachel.
You guys, I'm glad you brought that up because Adam Beschizza, I feel like, owes me money because I talked to him before that race and he said, Rach, I like my horse. Brian usually has his maidens ready to go, but this Brad Cox trainee looks really tough. And so I thought, you know what, I'm gonna let him have this one then. Maybe he might need another one, but yeah, Adam totally played it cool. Definitely did not tell me that his horse was super live or anything, but of course that's him. He's just like a very classy guy. So, yeah, big upset for him. But Brian Lynch always, has his maidens ready to go. In this race, I'm going to go with a little bit of a long shot. I hope my 2 right now at 3-1, though, right behind the favorite, the 4. And I get why everybody likes the Owen Hardy trainee. She's all charm. She's got late speed, and she is definitely the class of the race, running in all those very nice stakes races at Keeneland Turf Way and also at Aqueduct. But I like the 2 always wanting here. Michelle Elliott, a local trainer. She's getting up there. She's in the top 10. She's had a really good year. And Michelle Elliott has hit 4 of her last 9 races. Fernando de la Cruz and the jockey and Michelle are both very, very nice together percentage-wise. What I went back to is this horse, she just loves the Indiana turf. If you go back to last year, she broke her maiden here going 1 mile and a 16th on the grass, and then another very nice allowance 3rd place finish. So she's definitely a horse that's been at Turfway in the off-season, but a horse for the course. A lot of older seasoned mares in here that know what they're doing. Michelle Elliott, the trainer, said she's ready, she likes the mile, and she should be the lone speed, seeing if anyone else will fire, but she does have that early pace about her that I think will help her out in this field. So I like the 2 for a little bit of an upset. I was hoping I'd get a little better odds going postward, but 5-2 now on the 2 and the 3. The 4, She's All Charm, is your favorite. Can't blame the betting public for that choice here, guys.
2-1 favorite. Thank you, Rachel. She's All Charm. Owen Hardy and a more than ready filly who is a 2-time winner already in the turf.
Yeah, I guess she could win this race. I don't have a big, I thought the 2, 3, 4, and 8, even the 10 could win. I don't think you're wrong. I don't have a big, strong opinion here. If you put a gun to my head, I prefer the 3 Hurry Up Hannah, who I think is going to benefit from getting out to a mile. I think she's better going longer, and 5 furlongs is too short for her. Also over her head last time. She's got one race that would absolutely blitz this field, whether or not she can run that. She was second to Implicated, who is a Chad Brown runner, is actually not bad, but whether or not she can run that race. But listen, the 4 can win. The 8, you were saying to me, the 10.
Who won from an outside post last out.
Is the 8 a big overlay here at 11-1? I mean, what do we care what she did in the dirt last time out,
like
right?
Right?
She's got plenty of figs that can win this race.
I agree. She's 11-1 right now. John Dooley with the call. Here's the 3rd from Horseshoe Indy.
Rodney Prescott, Ms. Temptation coming up in the green. This filly's mare's Turf Mile. Ms. Temptation went in okay, now Leisure Wear. She's All Charm, 2-1 favorite, 5-2 Always Wanting, and 3-1 Hurry Up Hannah. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Condone, Beach Dancer, and Did It Dialed, our first 2 winners. One more, Manny Escobar with Bijou Baby. It's the first of 4 on the turf course today. Horse rated good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The turf rail was set at 36 feet this race week. They're in the gate. And they're off. She's All Charm, Always Wanting toward the inside, and here's Leisure Wear with an early bid as they make their way past the stands. With Fernando de la Cruz, Always Wanting leads out, needs to settle. Leisure Wear gets position in second. She's All Charm toward the inside, Bijou Baby, and in between horses, Dream On Stormy out to the stretch. And then comes Hurry Up Hannah toward the inside parts of the course. Condone is next, then further back to Ms. Temptation, and finally dropping back to last is Vino's Angel as they go to the back of the course. Just over 5 furlongs to go. It's Always Wanting. Always Wanting dictates terms by a length and a half to Leisure Wear. Toward the inside, She's All Charm in the royal blue, with on the outside Bijou Baby running in 4th. Toward the inside is Dream On Stormy next in 5th, and about 5 lengths off this leader, Always Wanting, who's flying solo past the half-mile pole. Hurry Up Hannah is next in formation, while 4 clear from Condone. Then comes Vino's Angel, and Ms. Temptation has dropped back to last. 23.88 lead seconds. Half mile for the front runner, Always Wanting, clock 48.03. Always Wanting still leads the Fillies Mares Turf Mile, but now with well inside a half mile to go. As Leisure Wear tries to gear up for Rolando Aragon. Always Wanting 3/4 length to Leisure Wear right there at the quarter pole. She's All Charm is handy right there too. Bijou Baby. Hurry Up Hannah is picking up as they turn for home. Dream On Stormy's drop back. Condone with a rail run. Then Vino's Angel. Ms. Temptation was last. They come down to the final furlong. She's All Charm now runs it, Always Wanting. She's All Charm has taken the lead. Always Wanting tries to respond, coming past the 16th. Hurry Up Hannah and in between horses, Condone. They're close to home. She's All Charm. Walter Rodriguez for Owen Hardy. A Godolphin win. She's All Charm won by 2.5. Hurry Up Hannah was second. Condone third. Then Vino's Angel and Bijou Baby.
She's All Charm. 3rd win on the grass now in 7 tries. Owen Hardy and Godolphin.
I'm just happy for Godolphin. They've been struggling this year. It's been a tough year over in Europe as well as here. And I mean, I imagine the Sheik was watching. I don't know if he watches our show or if he watches the races somewhere else, but hopefully he watches here. And it must have been a nice moment for him to finally get a win this year.
Just rank right near the top of the year they've had?
I mean, listen, it's just been a rough year for them. They're not winning any big races. They don't have any good horses. It's sort of sad. At least they got the win here.
A good 3-year-old, don't they?
Yeah, but it's not like winning that race.
Well, the price is She's All Charm. When we come back, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes win for those Silks. Not too bad. 1 week away from July 4th weekend at Saratoga. Fireworks indeed. Stay with us.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramardi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is just a few days away. Live racing back at Saratoga Racecourse for July 4th weekend as a little prelude to the summer meet. And some big races going to take place there, including the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land.
That was fast.
Who proved she's pretty darn good on dirt, too.
I agree. Big card. Got the victory ride. Wild Plus Fry is going to be a great day with the Schuylerville be moved, the Harvey Pack, my favorite, the Manila, the Suburban. Supposed to be nice weather. Excited about that. And it's going to be great to be up there. I mean, it's an extra 4 days of racing up there. Something that won't, for people want to, it's not, we're doing it because we can't run the Stars and Stripes really here. It's a big racing weekend in the past, and so we'll be at Belmont Park for it when Belmont reopens in the fall of 26. So maybe a couple of years up there for that, but it's always good to be in Saratoga. I had a dream that we were there just the other day, Greg. I know it felt like we were there, but I couldn't have been right? We couldn't have been there.
It's going to feel like a dream, actually, when we are there next week. More of Saratoga, always a good thing, and we'll be there in just a few days as we wrap up this Belmont of the Big Game meet, our final week here. Nitrogen came off the turf in this Wonder again, and I was surprised. Mark Casse, before this race, said he'd been thinking to find a spot on dirt for her. She really handled it.
She was crazy. I mean, there's a big difference between an off-the-turf, sloppy track race and then transfer that form against good horse in the dirt. And interestingly enough, Mark may have the leading contender for 3-year-old filly honors already in La Cara, but it's hard to keep her, at least not want to try her in a big race. Now, I believe that Mark's plan as of now is to run in the Belmont Oaks, which is now going to be, at Saratoga, going to be 1 1/8 miles. They'll move to 1 3/16 miles to Saratoga Oaks a little later in the meet. But I think he plans to run here and then in the Alabama against the 3-year-old fillies on the dirt. And that'll really spruce things up. She's a very, very good turf horse. I mean, she is, things can change, but right now she is the clear leader of the 3-year-old turf horse fillies. I mean, frankly, it's not even close, and I'm not sure she's not as good, if not better, than a lot of the boys. Whether or not she can do it, the dirt, listen, it adds some excitement to it, that's for sure.
It was a wet track. It was a short field, but it was the biggest figure she's earned as well on that race that came off.
It was almost as fast as the Met Mile.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was
she
a
was flying.
serious performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's hard to judge those sometimes, but she's the goods. Now, we'll see if she can do it in the dirt, and if she doesn't, then Mark will put her back on the turf. But I respect that, and I like the fact that Mark is never afraid to take a shot. And it works out sometimes, and it doesn't work out others, but you got to be in it to win it, right?
Were you hinting that we should see her take on older males in the Woodward? I'm kidding. She said almost as fast as the Met Mile. It was. It was very good.
It was.
I know.
Right, on the surface of things,
I know.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's obviously.
It was that good.
It's tricky making speed figures, and it's hard to say, would she really have been second in the Met Mile? Probably not, but I don't care how you cut it. She is She's
so much fun.
I think she's the best 3-year-old filly out there. It might be that her dominance is really more on turf, but I think right now, if I was going to vote for top 3-year-old filly this year, I'd probably vote for her over Lucara or
Good Cheer.
Good Cheer.
Yeah, I think I'm with you.
Have we heard anything about Good Cheer? Is
No,
she,
I haven't heard.
Interesting, because she just didn't run at all in the Acorn.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up. We're going long on the turf when we return, and a young rider making big strides, trying to hang at the toughest jockey colony there is in the sport. More on Christopher Elliott when we come back. Stay with us on our FS2 coverage.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. First of 4 final days here at this Belmont at the Big A meet downstate before we head up to Saratoga. Post parade for the 6th. Alice, fantastic. 8-1 here for Andrew Lakeman.
She improved last time. She's taken her a step forward. Andrew does a good job, and I recommend people read the book this horse is named after by Maggie Estep, E-S-T-E-P.
With a character based on you, right?
Character based on me, but it takes place at Aqueduct. It's a murder mystery. It's a lot of fun.
Attagirl Addie, you can make a case for.
I picked her. I thought she was interesting coming from a different direction.
Down in Dixie, start number 2.
She would be an upsetter.
Purest Performance, 0 for 17.
I mean, she has races that say that she has a chance, but she's just had so many chances.
I heard some things. 0 for 2 in the Money on the Turf.
I heard some things, and they said don't bet her.
Ashdale, 9-2. Javier Castellano.
Are you surprised at all the money this horse is taking? There must be a tip on this horse. The horse did no running at 60 to 1 in her debut. It was a maiden claim race. This is an odd horse to be taking money. There must be a story.
And 4 to 5, Starlight Dancer, clear cut, 1 to beat with that performance last start.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, I don't know about you. I don't think she's an underlay at 4 to 5. She runs her last race. She's going to win this race. I picked against her with the 2. It's a little interesting because I didn't want to take a short price on this horse, but if she had one start and it was her last start, you say she probably couldn't lose.
Yeah. 3 minutes to post. Odds-on favorite with an outside post, though. Let's go downstairs. Acacia back with us reporting.
And we'll start to the outside, Greg, with that number 9 Starlight Dancer. I totally agree with Andy. If she runs that last race, she is the one to beat. She beat several others. In here, as they will rematch coming out of that last effort, which was on May 26th. This is the 3rd start of her form cycle as well. She's a horse that's always forward, always sharp. And look, I have the utmost respect for her. She has had quite a few chances as well at the claiming level, but she hit the front last time out, and the winner came up the rail where she was kind of in that wide closing spot. We'll see what kind of trip she gets today as she is drawn to the outside once again, but Kendrick Carmouche rode her last time. He knows her. She looks great. I don't have any knocks on her as your favorite. Now, the number 2, Attagirl Addie, is a horse that I'm going to take a shot with as well. Andy and I ending up on the same horse. Hopefully that's a good sign. But she's second off the bench. And honestly, just from a purely physical perspective in the paddock, she probably looks best. She's so well turned out, really, really well muscled. She has some length to her frame as well, which leads me to believe that stretching out a little bit to the mile and an eighth should suit her just fine. And she dropped back pretty far last time out and then ran on outside. My one concern with her is that she is one that does tend to come from pretty far off of it, but she has for much of her career been running against much tougher competition. In her second start with Gustavo Rodriguez, I thought that she could potentially find herself in a favorable place today. The number 6, Ashdale, is taking quite a bit of attention on the board, now 5 to 1 still, and she's making her second start off the bench too. I have not seen her since actually what was supposed to be her debut race, in which she took off bucking on the track, dropped her rider, and was a late scratch in September. She came back at a huge price in October and didn't run a step, and they put her away for turf season. Unfortunately, it was rained off, but ran okay last time out. She looks more like a turf horse. They did saddle her with the pony. She looks like she's doing well. She's coming in here very fit, very strong. I think that she too should handle a little bit of the added distance in here. She probably really benefited from the last race, getting that under her belt, even if it was not necessarily on her preferred surface. I think we really need to see if she has ability, if she can take a step forward, if that last race was a sign. But mentally, she's way more settled this year. She's been very professional throughout. They saddled her with the pony, but she hasn't turned a hair. And so maybe that's a big reason why she's taking some attention, as she has clearly matured, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. So, yeah, Ashdale, who was, there she is, 63 to 1 in a 40 maiden claiming race, first time out for James Bond. Now for his son, Kevin, start number 3, the last start race taken off the turf, 6 to 1.
I feel like this horse must have worked very well. There must be something because, you know, when you first look at her and you think, first of all, she ran a distant third in a very slow dirt race last time. Anybody who's betting her off that race, I would think they're broke by now. So I doubt that's the reason. And you look at the first race, and I thought, well, maybe this horse was like bet first time. You know, they bet first time, they liked the horse for whatever reasons, and she didn't run. She was 63 to 1, and it was a maiden $40,000 claiming race. So it's not like she was in a maiden special weight with some, you know, future stake winners. And now she just went to 6. She dropped back to 5. Somebody is betting this horse for a reason that I don't know, but I'm very curious how she runs because on paper, Greg, I don't know how you make any case for her whatsoever.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you can forgive a debut, right?
It's one thing when
she took no money.
Right. It's one thing to be a handicapper and say, I just don't like this horse for whatever reasons. That's fine. And they win. This horse has no form to go on. There's absolutely nothing to say. And you're right. She's lightly raced. But, I mean, she's never really lifted a hoof. And I don't know what price she was in the morning line, but she...
6 to 1.
She was 6 to 1 in the lot. Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 3-5, Starlight Dancer has become even shorter.
Ow.
Michelle Nevin, Kendra Carmouche from that outside post. Again, we talked about this earlier. This is one who, had been actually on the lead a couple of times, going a mile and 16th and a mile and an eighth, but of late has been really a closer.
I think you'll see more speed from the 6 and 8 on side of her, but I think you'll see Kendrick find better position. A big field last time. He got kind of hung out in that race. It wasn't his fault. And I bet against her with a 2, but I have no illusions. Starlight Dancer's a likely winner.
Here's Jackpot Julie moving in, Mel Giddings, and there's the big favorite, and there's Kendra Carmouche. 3-5 on Starlight Dancer. Third start off her 4-year-old return. Heavy favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Purest Performance breaks with early speed from in between horses. So does Jackpot Julie. And Jackpot Julie is now a full length in front as they get set to come out of the chute. Rail position for Jackpot Julie will show the way. Starlight Dancers in a perfect spot now is a stalking second to the outside of Purest Performance at the rail in third. Just behind them, I Heard Some Things, or Merrill Mirage in the 4th position, and a snug hold on Atta Girl Addie at the rail is now in 5th. Just behind them is Ashdale. It's a comfortable tempo early. The 2 at the back, Alice Fantastic and No Rush down in Dixie, the lone trailer. They work around this turn and on the front end, 23.38 for that opening quarter mile, and Jackpot Julie. Jackpot Julie trying to steal it on the front end right now is 6 lengths in front of Starlight Dancer. The big favorite is comfortable from second. Just behind them comes Purest Performance in third. Moving in closer as I Heard Some Things is in fourth. It's just to the outside here of Atta Girl Addie as they get closer to the front runner now. 48 seconds flat for a half mile time, and here comes Starlight Dancer. Starlight Dancer to apply the pressure to Jackpot Julie and will run right on by and puts ahead in front. Jackpot Julie is trying to battle act towards the inside, and Starlight Dancer will take him into the far turn. Is just cruising around there. Starlight Dancer is now quickly up by a length and a half. Now call it 2. I Heard Some Things gets the hurry up here, is now about to challenge for second. Atta Girl Addie. Purest Performance looking for a way through in between horses, but Starlight Dancer is sprinting for home. Starlight Dancer now kicks away, is now up by 4. Atta Girl Addie is the main danger, trying to cut into the margin. Fully extended, it's Starlight Dancer with a comfortable margin, approaching a final 16th. Atta Girl Addie is alone second, far back to third. Starlight Dancer, much the best, wins this one easily. Starlight Dancer over Atta Girl Addie. Purest Performance, followed by I Heard Some Things in 1 minute 50 seconds flat.
3-5, and she wins like a 3-5 should. Here's Starlight Dancer, Kendra Carmouche, Michelle Nevin.
Sometimes they're too good on paper and they're too good on the racetrack, and that was the case here. She ran very, very well, and Kendrick's in a tough spot. I mean, I know, listen, every rider wants to ride a 3-5 shot, but you've got a run-off long shot leader, and when you're Kendrick, it's like, I go on a mile and an eighth. I don't want to move too soon into her and get tired and somebody else taking advantage of it, and he really timed it right and was obviously riding the best horse. I will never know why people were betting on the 6, because she ran to her PPs, not her odds.
9-2-4-5. Atta Girl Addie, logical exacta here, 3-5 over 5-1. But no question who was best. And Starlight Dancer, after 4 runner-ups in 8 starts, breaks through in a big way.
And listen, Atta Girl Addie beat the rest of the field more easily than the winner beat her. They were clearly the best too, but there's no doubt about it with Starlight Dancer. She was the goods today.
Career start number 9 gets her picture taken for the first time. The 3-5 favorite obliges with a win convincingly here in the 6th. It's Kendra Carmouche again for Michelle Nevin. Prices when we come back.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot up to 166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Kinder Carmouche on board, an odds-on favorite, and an easy time with Starlight Dancer here, who breaks through after 4 runner-ups and 8 starts, gets that maiden score.
Able to work out a much better trip than she had last time out. She was just too good for these. She's moving forward for Michelle Nevin. Always like to see Michelle do well.
At this point, was chasing that lone leader up front, Jackpot Julie. The long shot reels that one in, and no one able to get her.
Frankly, this exacta at $7.50 for $1 paid extremely well. I'm actually now annoyed at myself for not betting it. Spent a little to win the 2. Right?
It's incredibly formful. I mean, those were the 2.
This could have paid $4 for $1, and you wouldn't have been surprised.
9-2-4 finish. $3.30 with Starlight Dancer. And we got our feature race coming up next. It is a good one for fillies and mares. 3 and up at 7/8 of a mile. And Dolomite just leaped to a new level in career start number 9 last start for trainer Chad Brown.
She is improving. She's never run a bad race, to be honest. But I think if you draw a line through all of her mile and 1/8 races, you're left with 5 races, and suddenly her PPs even look better. I just believe from 6.5, 7 furlongs is really her sweet spot. Having said that, I picked against her.
2 Horseshoe Indy. Race 4. 5 furlongs on the grass. We got a 3-5 favorite here, Jefe de Obra. Wesley Ward showing up at Horseshoe Indy.
Wesley Ward's everywhere.
With a pretty quick one from the inside. Walter Rodriguez will be aboard.
Is it Where's Waldo? Where's Wesley? He's everywhere.
He
that
really
guy enters at more. I think if they had an Eclipse Ward for entered at the most tracks during the course of the year, Wesley Ward would be a hands-down winner every year.
This is going to kick off the cross-country pick 5 for today's action. So potentially a single to start things off. Jefe de Obra 3-5 right now. Let's go to Rachel.
Yeah, you guys, Jefe de Obra looking really good in the paddock here. Walter Rodriguez looking for a riding double. The jockey who I talked to in the paddock, he said, look, Rachel, I'm just going to have to go. This is a short race. It's 5 furlongs on the grass. They're going to be sending for this one, I think, and that's the game plan with Jefe de Obra. And as you said, trainer Wesley Ward here, he's brought 1. He's batting 100, so we'll see if we can't make it 2 for 2 for him. But coming off that win at Gulfstream, this 5-year-old gelding looks really good. Plus, he's the speed. I mean, he has one of the highest numbers at this distance of 5/8 on the grass. So I definitely think he's got enough speed to send. And if that's the game plan and he holds on to the lead, be the one to catch. So, yes, Greg, I agree. Potentially a single here. And then the 3 is my little bit of a long shot. I'm going to go with 9-1. I'll take 9-1. On a long shot. Didn't pan out for me in the last race, boys. So I'm going to try it again. And I went over to Marcelino Pedroza, who's going to be riding the 3 Corsos pick for trainer Victoria Oliver. And I talked to them, and she said, you know, he's really good in front. He's only good in front, so they're definitely sending as well. Has also put up some really nice races and shown some really nice speed at the distance too. I went back to that July 26th race, 5/8 on the grass in that maiden and broke the maiden that day by a length and a half. So that last race was first time with winners. This horse has jumped around to different barns. A lot of people don't talk about that. Some horses take it fine. Some horses, it's a little taxing, but I think those are going to be, for my exacta here, I'm going to put the 1, Jefe de Obra, with the 3, Corso's Pick. They're both going to send. Who's going to wind up on top and in the lead here? Will it be Marcelino Pedroza or Walter Rodriguez? We'll have to find out. And then another one that is also a long shot on the board, the 8. At 10-1, I like Butch's Best. I cannot tell you guys how happy I am that Mitchell Merle has brought his tack here to Indiana. He's a talented jockey. His jock agent, Tim Hanisch, said, I think this is going to be a good move for you. And he's really riding well. Everyone on the backside loves him. He rides predominantly for Tim Eggleston, and they've had great success. But he's also had a lot of success with Rob Dobbs. They're high percentage together, Mitchell Merle and the trainer Rob Dobbs. So coming out of Stakes Company, I thought Butch's Best, the 8, getting back into allowance, which is a drop down in class, also would be one to mix in there, guys. But a quick little 5-furlong romp on the grass for these allowance horses. Hopefully I can get a winner here with the 1, Jefe de Obra.
The 3-5 favorite. Thank you, Rachel. You were bringing up Corso's Pick, the 3. Just one start on turf at Del Mar last summer. Why is this horse 10-1 right now?
I think that the public is mesmerized by Wesley Ward and this notion that when Wesley runs, he's going to win. And he does win a lot. But the reality is she should never be 3-5 in this race. What is so good about her races? The last time she was on the turf, she was 2-1, and she did no running that day. She got beaten in nose at 3-2, 2 back. She ran an okay 4th, 4 races back. She was 6-1. Corso's Pick, the 3, has run once on the grass, and that was last summer at Del Mar. In her turf debut that day, where she completely turned things around. I mean, she's a horse that cannot run on any other surface. Thank you, Greg. He beat some pretty good horses. A Day to Remember, who's 3rd, is solid. That was a very good race. And Vicky Oliver's gotten this horse. She just started training this horse, but Joe Orsino had her in Florida. She ran on synthetic. She's a turf horse. And she got a decent prep down there in May. She comes here doing what she wants to do. I'm not saying Corso's Pick has to win this race, but I can't understand how she's 10-1 in this race.
The 8 getting back on grass. Has an 80 buyer on the turf.
She's
I
not
feel like
impossible.
this is the speed of the speed.
I don't think she is, but that's okay. The pace projector has the 1, 3, and 6 all faster. Now we'll see what the 6 does in the turf. I mean, obviously you don't know how the race is going to play out in here, but the 1 is ridiculously overbet here. This is not, I mean, the 1, 3, 5, 6, 8, all of these horses have something interesting about them, and they're betting the race. Yeah. Look at it this way. We just saw a 3-5 shot win here that on paper overlaid the field.
This one does not.
Does not.
But it's name recognition.
Yeah.
Seemed like that's what's happening. John Dooley, the call. Here's race 4 from Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
Mitchell Merle won the opener with Beach Dancer. Here over the 5 furlongs and one more. Stargazer's Dream out of Beskiza on the Thursday scoreboard with Did It Dialed. All in line. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Fast start for Corso's Pick with on the outside Butch's Best with early interest as Jefe de Obra settles back through the field. Galpin Sunday's running in 3rd. Holiday House with the rail there at 36 feet. Pulgarcito 5th past the half-mile pole and these battling leaders. Then toward the inside Jefe de Obra joined by Samba Lover. Stargazer's Dream is running 2nd to last and beaten for pace. Epimethium trails. Then round the far turn, the leader Butch's Best. Butch's Best in front, 21.18 lead seconds, hot pace on. Corso's Pick is right there, coming back on terms with Butch's Best, and these two lead as they straighten away. From Galpin Sunday to the inside Holiday House in a turquoise cap. Pulgarcito, Jefe de Obra is in behind a Samba Lover. Then Stargazer's Dream and Epimethium yet to pick up. They're deep in the final furlong with Mitchell Merle. It's Butch's Best determined to the finish. Butch's Best will be best. Butch's Best gets the result by 3. Corso's picked holds Holiday House for second, then Samba Lover, Pulgarcito, Galpin Sunday, and Jefe de Obra followed all of them home.
Butch's Best got to the front and just kept on rolling. That's the first win on the grass in career start number 3 on the turf.
Great call by you, Greg, and I wish I had taken this race a little bit more seriously because I bet the 3 to win, keeping it simple, and the 3 ran very well. It was a ridiculous 13 to 1 in here. These horses arguably should have been, the 1, 3, and 8 probably should have been very similar prices in here. The 1 never ran a step, didn't have speed, wasn't close at any point, and didn't run. And the reality is there was nothing about her PPs to suggest that she was better than the winner on the turf and better than the second horse on the turf. This race was preposterously misbet, making that horse a heavy, heavy favorite. And if you were had the same kind of thinking, you might have scored an exactas tries. This is the kind of opportunities that horse players should be looking for. I blew it, but it was right there.
5 to 2 over 13 to 1. Yeah, with a 3 to 5 favorite, just way over bet because of, as we said, big time trainer name recognition. As we get back to the feature here, Belmont at the Big A. There she is, Dolomite, career start number 9. She became just a different filly with that huge effort and that impressive 3+ length victory from the Chad Brown barn. There's Dolomite. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, as she's been in tremendous form lately and a huge effort last time out. And she's a horse that always in my notes I've written down, I can understand why they've tried to stretch her out because she's a very laid back individual. She's a long and leggy type. She's a very long bodied type of filly. And she's a bit more angular in her build. That's always been something that I've always wished that she could put a little bit more muscle mass on and to strengthen up. But that's just her. That's just how she is. And I think that they found the perfect sweet spot for her, that from the 6.5 to the 7 furlongs is the perfect spot. It's the Goldilocks effect. Despite her size, despite her demeanor, it seems that the mile is just stretching her a little bit. So she looks the same as she always does. I thought her last race was very impressive when she took over and was just traveling easily the best. Third place finisher Savas Melania came back to win with an 83 by her speed figure in her subsequent start. And I think that it's just a case of Dolomite doing what she wants to do. So we'll see if she can keep her impressive streak rolling. The number 4, Golden Degree, was second to Caldwell Loves Gold last time out, and she will try to bring her speed to the party and run everybody off their feet because that is her best weapon. She's a horse that often does get pretty warm prior to her races, and as she's continued on in Linda's barn, she has settled quite a bit. She's a horse that I also think really benefits from Lasix. I think it helps to really take the edge off her a bit. As you look back to that stake try in the Galway, for instance, last summer, where she really just kind of lost it before the race even began. She's a horse that they've also tried to stretch out her speed. And while she has been able to handle it, she's one that her demeanor, the way that she's physically put together, built so much more like a sprinter. I think the 7/8 is fine for her. And she is quick right out to the lead. It looked like she was tiring a little bit in the stretch last time out. She's incredibly fit coming back in here today, and we'll see if she can build off of that last effort and pull a little bit of an upset. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. This is a really interesting race coming up. 3 to 2 on Dolomite, who was sensational last time out, but the Big Calhoun, Cupid's Heart, has 2 back. Monster performance, but she has issues out of the gate. Golden Degree, you like. Even Tricky Temper in the past has shown ability for Jeremiah Englehart.
Whose barn is going very well. I imagine Jeremiah is trying to get her sort of ready for Saratoga, where she really blossomed last summer and had a tremendous beating up there, running very, very well. No, this is a very tough field. I mean, I don't like Tipple, but it's not like the 6, but it's not like she's a bad horse. I mean, she's got some decent efforts here. This is, it's going to get tougher for Dolomite. She's won her New York bred conditions. She won an open non-winners of 1 last time. Now you're in open non-winners of 2, and those are races full of very, very tough, sort of hardened veterans.
Here is Dolomite here, so 4-year-old filly coming off a career best performance by a long ways back in this May 17th effort.
Did you watch that movie? Is it My Name is Dolomite? Eddie Murphy on Netflix?
I've not seen it.
I know, I haven't either. I got to watch it. I hear it's great. listen, she's gotten good, and I think it's really interesting because I understand why Chad Brown ran her longer. You know, she ran third in the Demoiselle as a 2-year-old. It turned out it was a pretty weak Demoiselle, to say the least. But even second to Landon, the Fleet Indian, a mile and
very good
eight.
for Wesley
so
Ward.
she's run, she run well going longer. But the reality is, I think she's really started to blossom when Chad cut her back in distance. And it's one of those things where, as a trainer, you try to find, what do they do best? Shorter, longer, turf, dirt, and all those things. And she ran well enough that I think it probably fooled Chad Brown a little bit. She's proficient at those distances, but she just seems to be better, right? Going 6.5, 7 furlongs, I would say.
And the results, would certainly bear that out as well. We'll see if she can do it again against a tougher group in here. There's some real rivals that she's facing in this spot, including this one right here, the Big Calhouna, who comes in off back-to-back easy victories against good fields, but for her too, she's facing very tough company this afternoon, but she's going the right way right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, you were talking earlier about Rick Dutrow with me and saying how he'd been a little chilly, but the barn's starting to come around with some wins, and he's Rick Dutrow. He's not going to sit around and lose race after race after race. She is in very, very good form.
This was the most recent win, April 19th. Short cut back from a mile to 7/8, and she responded, beating a filly who, by the way, came back and was third against Landed in a stake.
No, she's been running well, and she's a clear contender, and you can see from the board the public likes her as well. Cupid's Heart, the 3, a horse that can't really get out of the gate, but if she gets out of the gate, she could be dangerous. And My Golden Decree, they've got her to catch. Now, usually they do catch her, but I'm kind of hoping today they don't. Good race.
So 9-5, the Big Calhouna. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard this one right here. Second choice on the board. She comes in freshened as well. We'll see if can she take a step forward after those 2 big efforts and keep things moving forward with the time off. They're as focused as always. One of the top riders in the game.
Yep. He's never taken a race off in his entire life.
Incredible.
Yeah. I mean,
and he has a huge one coming up this weekend. In the older horse division, he'll be heading off to Louisville.
Riding Mindframe.
Yep. Who's been perfect so far as a 4-year-old.
I spent a little time looking at this race. I don't know how much you looked at it. And it's a field of talented but flawed horses. First Mission is capable of running very well as he did his last start, but he's failed every time he's been in an important Grade 1. And a lot of horses in here that just don't get it done when the chips are down, whereas Mindframe has. Is Mindframe a better horse at 7 furlongs to a mile, as his last race suggests? I don't know, because he was a very lightly raced horse, and he ran extremely well in his third start, finishing second a mile and a quarter in the Belmont Stakes. There's nothing wrong with his Haskell either at a mile and an eighth, so I don't know that he is, and I think they'll find out here. Is he a horse that's better, or do they want to cut him back for races like the Forgo in Saratoga? And this is really a race that's going to answer some questions. Sierra Leone, I don't think he's so much pace dependent, but he has a pace disadvantage in this race, right? I mean, it's not like we didn't see him run well last year in races that didn't feature particularly fast paces, but he was losing to horses that are pretty damn good, including Fierceness, and, a tough loss in the Derby as well. There doesn't appear to be much speed in here. We've only seen him run once, three plus months ago. What are we going to get from him? Chad Brown says he's training well for the race. I hope he runs a big race. I think either he or Mindframe will win this race. If you like Mystic Dan, the good news for you is the 3-1 morning line is absurd. He'll be a bigger price. Whether or not he can win, we'll see.
Great to see him, though, showing signs of life again,
Absolutely.
too.
Turned it around.
Here's our post-parade Dolomite for Chad Brown with Manny Franco.
We'll see if she can take another step forward.
The Big Calhouna trying to make it 3 consecutive wins.
Raging form. She's another player.
Dutrow Barn with a Rad Ortiz Jr. Cupid's Heart has maybe a race that's better than anyone in here a couple starts ago.
At least she's finally putting consecutive starts back to back. She's a 6-year-old who's had a lot of issues, and the way she gets left so frequently suggests these issues. Her last race was bad. She needs to break.
What's the case for Golden Degree?
My case is that she's loose speed. She's going to try to wire the field, and she's run well enough that she can contend here, and she's a big price, so I put her on top. But I don't have a lot of confidence.
Tricky Tempers, you mentioned, got really good at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, it's hard to take her in this spot coming off a layoff. This is a salty group, but she ran some fast races last summer.
And Tipple, who's been first or second in 4 of her 5 starts for Linda Rice.
Very fortunate trip, too, back when she won and ran an 82 Beyer, and she's just going to have to run faster to compete here, but she's not without talent.
5 minutes of post in this Thursday feature from here at Belmont of the Big A, and there is the hard-to-miss Cupid's Heart. It's Pretty Gray 6-year-old mare, and this is back on May 1st.
Well, she does her usual shenanigans. She doesn't get out of the gate. Now, to be fair, she is a horse who, at least she's not on the rail like she was last time, so maybe she'll break better. But, I mean, she just got completely and totally run off her feet. It bothers me that she didn't even put in a run last time, you know. Golden Degree, the horse I like, is in front. She's going to end up getting caught, but she got caught by a pretty good horse, and Caldwell Loves Gold. It's not like some bad horse ran her down, but she's in against good horses today, so she'll have to run back to her very best race, a race like the 1-4 back, to get it done here. I'm not in love with her, but I thought at a price I'd put her on top because the one's moving up. We'll see what the 2 does in here. I thought there were some flaws on the others, but I have no illusions that she's the horse to beat.
So Flavien Prat, and there he is with his work cut out from him from the get-go on a mare who has had all kinds of issues out of the gate.
No, she's got to be very frustrating. Even in her debut, when she got badly left with Javier as a 2-year-old 4 years ago, and she ran really well, but then, you know, continuous problems out of the gate have prevented her from being, and it's really issues, it prevented her from being the kind of horse that she could be. But she's talented somewhere in there. The question becomes, she's a 6-year-old now. At some point, they start getting older, and they just aren't able to keep coming back off of these issues. But she ran well 2 back.
Meanwhile, there's the big Calhouna, again trying to win her 3rd consecutive start. Let's go back to Acacia.
And she's another one like Dolomite that's in very good form right now. And I think Andy brought up a really important point. As these horses go through their conditions, they end up having to dip their toes into some deeper water. And these second level allowances, I think, are sometimes the saltiest group because you really do have some really talented horses that show up in a spot like this. And I think that this is a strong field that these horses who are kind of on the upswing are facing. Now, that being said, the big Calhouna, she's a horse that has progressively moved forward. At one point, you could have claimed her for $30,000, and was picked up by her current connections for $50,000, had a layoff, came back, and has been very good this year in Rick Dutro's barn. Now, coming in off of a 7-furlong win last time out, where she broke running, and I thought maybe drifting a little bit there in the stretch, but always seemed to be clear and always seemed to be traveling the best in that effort, and that's what she's done in her last couple. She's not as quick early as the likes of Golden Degree, who I think will be on the front in here, but she does have tactical speed, which is to her benefit, and Irad Ortiz has given her a big warm-up out there on the track. He's kept her moving, and she's pretty sharp today. She framed up pretty nicely out there on the track as well. The number 3, Cupid's Heart. I got a lot of love for this horse, but I imagine she's been quite frustrating for her connections. She's a very big horse, and as we've talked about several times, sometimes horses just with that much size, they take up a lot of space in the gate. They can kind of rock back a little bit. They can be a little bit tricky to keep balanced and to get out, and Flavien Prat has also been warming her up aggressively, circling out there right now, trying to kind of keep her moving forward. She's also a horse, though, that throughout her career, she's been pretty fiery prior to her races. For her standards, very laid back today, and I think that's why we're seeing him really circling her and really keeping her moving out there on the track, trying to get a little bit of that forward momentum back. And I'm wondering if, as she has had some gait problems throughout her career, but it seems to have been worse lately. And I'm wondering if she's maybe lacking a little bit of focus, lacking a little bit of intensity prior to her starts. She does look fit coming back here now, 3rd off the bench. And if she can get out of the gate, it's in there. I just think that she's become a little bit of a horse that's tough to trust. I wanted to give a quick mention to the 5, Tricky Temper. I don't think today is necessarily going to be her day, and she's facing a tough bunch in here. But this is a horse that had run quite a few times in Saratoga last summer, and you could see it catching up to her by the end of the meet, that she was starting to lighten up, that she was starting to not carry her weight as well, and she had a tough year in 2024. She's really done well with the layoff and coming back this year now as a 4-year-old. Maybe she's a horse that, if not today, one to watch when we get back up to Saratoga, because it looks like she's a horse that really took a big step forward with that time away from the races, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 17-1 on Tricky Temper here in the 4-year-old debut, coming back in a tough field to have to debut against in the return spot. Dolomite even money.
In a little shameless promotion, we are going to have Carnegie Deli hot dogs all weekend long for $1 on 4th of July weekend. Jeremiah Engelhart texted me earlier, and he said 12 races on July 4th. He plans to eat 12 hot dogs. So
Gonna
I don't
hold
know.
him to that.
I don't know. I think he should enter the hot dog eating contest down. I mean, maybe Joey Chestnut coming in scared him away, and we don't want him to leave Saratoga. We don't have to worry about that because he hasn't left there in about 4 years. He went out to Thistledown. That was his only trip away. But 12 hot dogs. So I think we should follow Jeremiah around and count how many hot dogs he eats. What do you
Add
think?
about 75 or 80, and he could hang with Joey Chestnut.
Well, why don't we give him? I'll give him we'll each give him $20 and see how many he can eat. I say we follow Jeremiah around on the show on Friday, and Bobby's in. And
all right, we're going to have a camera
follow
on you,
him around
Jeremiah.
and see how many hot dogs he can eat.
I like this.
We like Cool Hand Luke with the eggs.
Yeah.
Maya with the hot dogs.
He's got tricky temper and a tough comeback spot here, the 5. The 6-5 favorite, Dolomite. Chad Brown, Manny Franco from the rail. Can she repeat that brilliant performance from last time out? Here is our Thursday feature from Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin, the call.
And Tipple. Jose Lezcano aboard. Here's Tipple. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Golden Degree has got company from Dolomite down towards the inside. Will take back now, is sitting in 4th as the top trio now sprint away. The leader is Golden Degree. Right there is the big Calhouna as a tracking 2nd. To the outside, 3 wide is going to be Tricky Temper. That's the top trio. Dolomite is right in behind them in 4th. It's to the inside of Tipple and the trailer, the gray Cupid's Heart. They work up the backstretch 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Golden Degree and Dylan Davis, they're pumped up here. They're up by 2.5 lengths, almost 3, as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go, and they work into the far turn. The big Calhouna is alone in 2nd under a tight hold, and here comes Irad Ortiz Jr. and the big Calhouna. They start to move in closer on Golden Degree. Cupid's Heart is making a quick move to the inside of Dolomite. They're 3rd and 4th, and all in. Dolomite towards the outside. Starting to make up ground now, but is still about 2.5 off the leader. The leader is Golden Degree, who reaches the top of the stretch, 45.59 for a half-mile time. Can Golden Degree see this out? The big Calhouna now fully in pursuit. Cupid's Heart is trying to split rivals, and now Dolomite starts to put that rally together. 4 of them across the racetrack, and Dolomite has now lifted, and here's Dolomite to take the lead. Inside the final 16th, Cupid's Heart will be lunging towards the inside, but Dolomite does enough. Dolomite wins it over Cupid's Heart, the big Calhouna, and Golden Degree in 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
Dolomite make it 3 in a row. Not quite as impressive as last time, but gets the win.
I really thought the big Calhouna was kind of going best of all around the turn, stalking the speed of the 4, and she just can't get the distance, Golden Degree. And these horses are too tough, but Dolomite really kicked in the stretch, and a nice performance by Cupid's Heart, who actually broke reasonably well today also. She didn't spot the field like she often does, I believe, and she ran well to be 2nd, but Dolomite, it's tough, man. I mean, she has gone through her non-winners of 2 New York bred condition, non-winners of 1 Open, and non-winners of 2 Open in successive races. That's a very hard thing to do, and Chad Brown's going to have to make some decisions. I don't know what dirt sprint New York bred stakes we have up there. Obviously, he'd point there, or else he's going to have to run an open company. Now, is she really good enough? I don't know, but she's pretty good, man.
Beats a tough group here. 1-3-2 finish. We'll wait and see where this number comes back. Maybe this was very good.
Can we see the start again? I want to see how the 3 broke.
Last early, but
I don't know how badly she broke, to be honest. I didn't really. I was watching somebody else. So let's take a look at how she broke.
1-3-2-4. Keep your eyes on the 3 here.
The gray.
Notoriously bad starter.
She broke about a half slow and dropped back. For her, that's breaking well, but once again, you could say that the break cost her, given how close it was at the end. And she's just going to be one of those frustrating horses that constantly hurts herself with her antics out of the gate.
Dolomite, all of a sudden, has become a very exciting filly. 3 straight wins. Chad Brown, Barn, Manny Franco, and Alpha Delta Stables. Donora Unified. Now 5 for 10 in her career. With this victory as the favorite. 2 today from Manny Franco.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the players' track.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Two-win day. Manny Franco on an exciting filly here who's really come around of late. For the Chad Brown Barn, 3 consecutive victories. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today.
And she's another example of how great it is to be a New York bred, right? She gets to run New York bred stakes. She gets through her New York bred conditions. And then she's good enough to win her two open conditions back to back. Very few horses in general can win their open conditions back to back. And the way she's running, I mean, obviously it's a tribute to Chad Brown and his staff that they've kept her so sharp and she shows up and runs well every time, because you look through her races, she's never run a bad race ever in her life. But she's really good now.
And beats the best group she has tackled doing it. $4.50 for the Win Cupid's Heart. Last early, rallies for second. And the Big Kahuna's win streak comes to an end. She checks in third. 1-3-2 finish in the featured 7th, race 8. Going to close things out. Sprinting on the grass. New York Breds, maiden special weight. I'll try to get that first win coming up in a wide open finale here.
Yes. You and I like the favorite, though. Tehila is 4-1 right now. She's a very strong favorite looking at multi, so I expect you'll get a much shorter price on her by post time.
Where Manny Franco will try and win a third on this Thursday card. This one making the 3-year-old return to the races, part of a duo for Miguel Clement. He's got high end as well, the second-time starter who went long in the debut.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that horse. She didn't take any money in her debut. Maybe she'll run better. Tehila is a horse that I recommend to people at home. They go to the replays. And if you're a Naira Bets member, you can watch replays from any track all over the world, basically. But her race last time, we have great chart callers here in New York. This was one of the few times that they just missed it. She had a monster trip last time out.
Race 5 at Horseshoe Indy. State bred company here, maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint. And it's the 9 Bits of Candy off, 3 career starts, 3 runner-up finishes. Will today be the day?
That's a good question. And she has lost at some pretty short prices, right?
Including favoritism last start.
5, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. You've got 2 horses, right? You've got Jordan's Deal, who's also run pretty well, but she keeps fading, and Bits of Candy, she's worse. I mean, she's only a short price last time out. She's still the horse to beat, but you start to wonder a little bit, right? The first or the 10 taking a lot of money in here.
Here is Pernicious from the inside. We'll cut back in distance.
For fans of Frank Zappa and Overnight, and actually it's Apostrophe, I think.
Pay Me Later, start number 3.
Well, it's time for her to pay up. So far, people betting her have been paying.
Micklin was 9-2 last start and did no running.
Excellent job trying to pronounce her name. But her first 2 starts are figures that are fast enough to give her an outside chance.
Vortex Express, second off a long time away.
Hard for me to like.
Here's the Speedster Jordan's Deal.
Yeah, but she's got better speed horses like Bits of Candy, who easily beat her last time.
The 6, did we see the 6? Here's the 7, Lavish Justice by 1,000 Words.
Not taking any money whatsoever with no pedigree. Better turf on the damn side.
Raisinette, start number 2, was nearly 40-1 first out.
And didn't do any running.
Bits of Candy, the favorite, 3-2 with the 9 as we get the wide shot.
She's the horse to beat.
Somewhere out there.
Yep.
And
Rocket Rocio is the horse to talk about, right?
2 first-time starters on the outside, by the way. The 10 taking some money at 7-2.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker was a very good turf horse. Won the Belmont Derby, actually, Mr. Speaker. Trained by Shug McGay, a Phipps horse. Good horse.
All right, so back to who you wanted to touch on?
I don't want to touch on anybody.
No, you brought up who?
I don't know. Who? What? No, I had nothing smart. I have nothing to say here.
8-5 on the 9.
I think the money on the 10 is very interesting, that's all.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, the 6, just so you guys know, is loose. Donut Dolly, Mike Lauer, trainee, the number 6. Donut Dolly did get loose. So I'll update you guys on that. But we might have another short little delay. We had a little bit of a tractors had gotten out a little bit late, so we got those off. Now we've got a loose horse. It's always fun in the maiden races everywhere. I have a little bit of insight. I like Jordan's Deal here. I know the 9, I agree with Andy, is the one to beat here, and I think everyone else would agree. I put Jordan's Deal on top, the hot jockey trainer Angle, Mitchell Merle being the one in the irons, and then Tim Eggleston, the trainer. In the last 12 racing days, they've had 4 wins, 3 seconds and 2/3, so 9 of 12 together is not bad. But I've got some great stuff on the 1, Pernicious, and actually, Andy, not after the band or music. I talked to the owner, Michael Klinglinger. This horse was born on his farm. He pulled her out, and he said that he decided to name her Pernicious because she is destructive and deadly, which is what pernicious means. He said that she's broken his finger. He had to get stitches on his head one time because of her. She's kicked him 8 times. And this was all when she was little. So she is definitely something. He said one time he turned her and her mom out, and she just really quick, out of nowhere, just back kicked him with her back leg. So you know what they say sometimes, the mean ones are the best horses. You might be back in the barn petting a Kentucky Derby contender, and you got to watch your fingers. So she's definitely interesting. And he also said the clot flat factor is interesting to him. He's glad he's moved her to our leading trainer's barn. Randy Klopp, the trainer, hopes to get more out of her. She's naturally fast, Michael said, so she's on the inside as well. On the dirt, sprinting here in Indiana is hot and has high percentages, so that could possibly be a long shot at 8-1. But I got Jordan's Deal on top, the 5, and then I would box the 5 and the 9 Bits of Candy. I mean, Andy hit that on the head. She beat the 5 last time out anyway, so 5, 9, and then maybe throw the 1 Pernicious in, who is dangerous and destructive, gentlemen, living up to her name.
Wow, 8-1 from that inside post. You look at the first-time starters, we'll see what we get. But of those debuting, the 10 here, for Cipriano Contreras, who a name we know from Hot Springs, with Manny Escobar, his nephew, in the irons, taking money at 7-2.
Let me be very clear. I would never bet the 9 in a million years. She's the worst to beat. That's why she's 6-5. I'm not. I mean, you don't need me to. You don't need anyone to tell you. You know she's the worst to beat. If you are able to read PPs, you know she's the worst to beat. She's faster. She has speed. Blah blah blah. But she's also now failed 3 times. Though to be fair, twice at bigger prices. So she hasn't exactly joined the proven loser. I think she joins the proven loser group after this race if she runs second again. It's very hard to ignore the money the 10 is taking. It's not like there's any real pedigree. The Dam did run by her figures in the 60s, to be fair. But her production, she's a third foal. The one that ran figures in the 30s. Mr. Speaker is not what you're really looking for, probably as a stallion with 6 furlong debuters, a good horse, but probably want a little longer, or maybe turf. But it's hard to ignore the consistent money that she's taking in this race, and I believe that she's the one that would be interesting in here because I can't make a case for anyone else.
Now, this barn having a tremendous meet. Cipriano Contreras, 24%. Success with first-time starters as well. And, yeah, 7-2 into the teeth of this 6-5 on the deserving favorite. And then the speed, the 5, at 7-2. But, to look at Bits of Candy, the 9, and she was loose last time out at 5.5, and she got reeled in. And she's got real company that, I mean, it looks like the 5's going to be quicker.
Well, she has the same company she had last time, right? And it did her in. So I think you have to have some concern about her last race. She's the worst to beat. I'm not going to be silly. I mean, who if not her? I see the 1 is taking some money, and to be fair, she's getting a trainer change to a trainer that's winning at a fairly high percentage. So maybe Pernicious. And I was thinking of that. It's Overnight Sensation, the I Am the Slime, the song about television. It's a great classic Frank Zappa song.
Okay.
And it starts out with, I may be vile and pernicious, but you can't look away. Anyway, I digress. And listen, at 5.5 furlongs in her second race, she ran a buyer figure that makes her a major player. So I guess she's kind of the interesting alternative, right? And she got a great name.
Yeah.
Pernicious. And she kicks people, right?
She has been
Big
pretty
kicker?
feisty, according to Rachel, yeah.
Big kicker.
Right-hand side of your screen, this field for the nightcap, Belmont of the Big A, that is the one who has become the favorite now. We both like Tehila for Miguel Clement. Manny Franco looking for number 3, and the 3-year-old return. She'll cut back in distance, and yeah, there was a lot going on in that last race with her. But she has shown true talent relative to this group, sprinting on the turf as well.
Yeah. I don't love the turn back, and I think Miguel Clement was even saying to me, I have to figure out if she's better sprinting or going long. She ran well enough sprinting. She's the worst to beat, and she won't be 5-2 by post time.
So that one, stablemate high end with a rail with Dylan Davis, who is 9-1 currently. We'll get to the post parade from Belmont of the Big A for this nightcap in just a little bit. The 5 actually at Belmont of the Big A, taking money's West Saratoga Snow, cutting back in distance. That one's gone long. Mile and a 16th, her first 2 starts, and will get Lasix as she makes her 3-year-old return. I thought a lot of interesting things going on in this finale here.
Okay. I mean, I don't like the 8 who's taking IRAD money. I didn't think she ran that well in a weaker field last time out. I mean, you've got a second-time star, Ultra Cameo, the 9, who could run better, though she got a delicious trip last time out. I think the 1, Ipsis, is a little interesting. She's not taking any money, but she's got a giant turf pedigree to handle it. The 10, Practical Romance, she cuts back in distance, but she was awful last time out. A little bit wide, but she was bad.
But she was decent, right? In that debut against Open Maiden Special.
It was okay. I looked up a stat, though, for Brittany Russell, turning back from routes to sprints to the turf. She's 0 for 13 with only 3 hitting the board. Maidens are 0 for 2. She was second, though, at 7-5 once.
All right, we'll have more on that nightcap. Belmont of the Big A. First things first. Bits of Candy, the 9, the favorite here. Horseshoe Indy, 6-5. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
At 6 furlongs going in. Manny Escobar with Rockin' Rocio. Arcedio Flacco, Vortex Express. Bits of Candy right now, the 6-5 favorite. 3-1 Rockin' Rocio and 7-2 on Jordan's Deal. Coming up, Mitchell Murrow already with a couple of wins on the card. Jordan Steele joins. Late scratch on the 6, Donut Dali, the 6 and non-runner, so one more. Rodney Prescott, a long winter's nap, one of the 3 first-time starters on this summer day. Here's a long winter's nap. We've had a fast track here since kickoff. 35-1 on a long winter's nap. Here we go. All in, ready, and they're off. Bits of Candy broke sharp. There's Jordan's Deal, a long winter's nap up on the far outside. Here's Michelin with early interest, and Vortex Express is right there too. So it's Jordan's Deal engaged up the inside by Michelin. They're now head-to-head. Vortex Express tracks them from third. Bits of Candy is well spotted with positional pace running in fourth. Pernicious in fifth with on the outside. A long winter's nap is next in sixth. And then comes between horses Rockin' Rocio at the 3.5. We trail back then to Race on Net along with Lavish Justice, who's running second to last, and Pay Me Later trails. The quarter 22.06 seconds around the far turn, inside 3 to go. And it's Jordan Steele who's taking the top. Vortex Express now ranging up on the outside is Bits of Candy, and here she comes as they line up past the quarter pole. Then toward the inside is Michelin and Rockin' Rocio as these maiden fillies straighten away. Is Jordan's Deal with the rail on the outside. Bits of Candy. Vortex Express between horses. Rockin' Rocio running in fourth. Michelin back in fifth. They're coming down toward the final 16th. It's Bits of Candy with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Bits of Candy pulling clear near home. Bits of Candy. Bits of Candy gets the result by 2. Vortex Express was second. Jordan's Deal third, and Rockin' Rocio finished fourth.
Bits of Candy, this time sitting a little further off the pace than usual. Breaks her maiden after 3 runner-ups and 3 starts.
Confidently ridden and proved to be much the best. It felt like the 10 Rockin' Rocio, who didn't break badly, just a little sluggish earlier. Got a nice ride by Manny, sort of easing in between horses inside of her, and looked like she might be the threat to her down the stretch, but she did not finish at all, finishing fourth. And here, Bits of Candy, no longer a maiden.
Wins as the favorite, 6-5 after 3 runner-ups and 3 tries. Winningest rider in the history. Saratoga Racecourse. What a week he had. Belmont at Saratoga, still going strong. We'll be back.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet. Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Good to have you with us here on FS2. Our nightcap coming up on this Thursday card, final week of action downstate here before we head up to Saratoga. Belmont at the Big A in the 6 furlong turf sprint will close things out. Here is the remaining half of the entry. Big price on the first-time starter.
Lots of pedigree for Ipsis. She could be a sneaky one.
High End the Rail, one of a couple for Miguel Clement.
The other Clement horse, I don't like her in here, but she's a price if you like her.
Dylan Davis, and will sprint for the first time after going long first time out. Alpine Giant, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Did no running in her debut. It did take a little money. Maybe she'll run better today.
Manny Franco looking for number 3 on Tehila.
Yeah, I like Tehila. I think she's just run well as a 2-year-old and probably better than these.
Here's Saratoga Snow. Will sprint for the first time on turf.
Yeah, but she's run well enough going longer. Maybe it's a prep for stretching out in her second start, but she's a player.
31-1. Here's Lady Delilah for Jimmy Ferraro.
Probably an underlay at that based on her PPs.
Willful Mama, Rad Ortiz Jr. for Mike Maker.
Going to take money because she's IRAD, but I think she's in a tougher field than she was in last time out, where she finished 4th.
Ultra Cameo at 9-1.
Got a great ride by Christopher Elliott last time getting down the inside, but she ran well enough in a tough field that she's not impossible.
Here's the 10, Practical Romance, blinkers on.
If you want to turn back, she's your horse. I don't like her.
6-1, like the warm-up. And then My Gorgeous, almost 70-1.
Yeah, she hasn't done any running in her turf races and would be a massive upset even if she hit the board.
5 minutes away from this nightcap. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at 3 turn-back runners, starting off with Tehila, who is cutting back in distance. And as Andy mentioned, had a world of trouble in that last race when going a mile, where she really got kind of jostled around at the start. Then she was at the back. Then she got keen. Then she was totally blocked in the stretch. And just really nothing went her way that day. As I had described to Andy a little bit earlier in the week when this field was drawn, she's been a little bit of a confusing horse because she's out of Coochie Daddy, love saying that name, who was a mare who's been a good producer, and she's also produced Carrie, who's a much better sprinter. The mare herself was a better sprinter, but this filly is by Union Rags, and she has a lot of leg to her and is built like maybe she does want to go a little bit longer, but she's run well sprinting. So I think the jury's still out as to what is potentially her best distance. She's incredibly fit coming back off of the layoff, and she's sharp as well. I do wonder what will be the best spot for her, but I think we'll learn a lot about her today, and hopefully she has a cleaner trip this afternoon. The number 5, Saratoga Snow, is also cutting back in distance. She is the half-sister to multiple New York bred stakes winner Caldwell Loves Gold, who is much better on the dirt, but has been able to handle the turf, and Progeny of Vekoma have run exceptionally well on all surfaces. And I think that this filly improved when getting onto the grass. But she is one that does have a lot of leg to her. She, too, looks a little bit confusing. Like maybe she wants to go a bit longer moving forward, but the Vekomas generally are better sprinters. And so I think her demeanor really lends her to strike you as one that is maybe a little bit more suited to sprint, as she was forwardly placed last time out and ended up fading late to 4th in that race back in October. She's been sharp every step in here and very strong coming back in off the layoff. I think those 2 are the most intriguing turnbacks. The 10, Practical Romance, maybe she will improve cutting back in distance. They do add the blinkers on, as she was between horses last time out and maybe not the most comfortable in that effort. She looks much better in her coat today than she did last time. She had a little bit of skin disease going on in there, but she was pretty quiet in that last race. And so maybe with the blinkers on to perk her up a little bit. She's moving fine out there. She looks fit coming back. Like I said, improved in her coat, but I still do wonder if we are going to see her really take a big step forward in this next effort. But I think that the equipment change should potentially help. The 8, Willful Mama, finally, she cut back in distance last time out. I thought she ran in place in that last effort. I didn't really think that she moved forward in that spot. She's a horse that has never really filled out, has never really gone on. Tremendous female family on the bottom side, being the half-sister to Rotney and My Main Squeeze and all those good horses out of In Spite of Mama. But she's one that I would not want to take at a short price, because I have not yet seen her from a physical perspective take a step forward this year as a 3-year-old, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 7-2, Willful Mama, who is a couple of runner-up finishes and 4 tries on the turf.
I would imagine that Buck Butler, who owns her and bred her, would be reticent to run her in a claiming race because she has enough pedigree that maybe feels like she has some value as a broodmare in his band. I'm not sure she's not better in the dirt than she is in the turf. She's certainly no better on one surface over the other one. She's just who she is. And it's just more of a dirt family. Acacia mentioning, horses like Rotney and the very good filly that My Main Squeeze, right? Did not run well in the Chicago in Churchill. She was carrying me around the track, but I just wonder if she has too much value for her from a pedigree standpoint to run her in a maiden claiming race because her races are getting a little repetitive. She's good enough to be close, but she just doesn't have what it takes to really win.
Would you say, if there is, the value on the board potentially is the 9 here, just off the figure she earned in that turf sprint last start?
Yes, I think that's a fair point. I think at that price, she's a fair point. I mean, I also think the 1 is interesting in a pedigree play. I don't mind. Now, maybe she's not taking any money. Maybe the word is, the workout, she can't run. But, a first-timer, she's a half to 1 turf horse to try it. It was a full to that horse. The horse won, a 62 buyer, but the dam was a good turf horse. The second dam was a good turf horse. There's plenty of pedigree to like the turf in here. So she, to me, is kind of the sleeper as a first-timer, but I think you're right about the 9. She's a big price. These are not connections. I mean, Bobby Hawthorne, who trains her, and this is in no way a knock, but not exactly a household name, but it's a trainer this year that's 11 for 58 with her starters, so presumably pretty good.
Yeah.
Good trip last time, but this horse ran fine for a first-time starter or first-time turf.
60 buyer in the turf debut, start number 2 overall, coming in from Parks on Dirt in the first out effort.
Wouldn't you say she's more likely to win or be second than Willful Mama? Willful Mama has shown who she is repeatedly.
Yeah.
Whereas she's run once on the turf and actually ran as fast, if not faster, than Willful Mama. So, she doesn't have Irad Ortiz, and I understand he's a tremendous rider, but we're betting on horses, not riders.
Getting lost a little bit.
Yeah.
And as usual, Irad Ortiz Jr. getting overbet a little bit.
Well, she's a much bigger price than the 10 Practical Romance. I think Ultra Cameo is more likely to be in the trifecta than Practical Romance. And I like the way Christopher Elliott has ridden. He rode her great last time.
Huge price that day was 32 to 1. That price has disappeared, but still
a square price.
Inflated number, 8 to 1 right now. She steps in. 9 to 5 favorite. There's the 4 stepping in. Tehila, 3-year-old debut for Miguel Clement. Manny Franco looking for his 3rd winner on this Thursday card here, Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the nightcap.
Toga Snow, Lady Delilah, Practical Romance. Practical Romance, My Gorgeous, My Gorgeous, last hello to the outside, goes in, all set, and they're off. Saratoga Snow has early speed and towards the inside. Here comes Alpine Giant. Alpine Giant is on the front end. Ultra Cameo from the outside. Now moves in closer, is going to challenge for that early lead. Ultra Cameos put a nose in front. Back to second will be Alpine Giant. Very tightly bunched. Saratoga Snow is trying to hold that position. Out wider, here comes Practical Romance. My Gorgeous in that early mix. At the rail, there comes High End. They're going to be mid-pack going into the far turn, and it gets really rough there. Some checking, really steadying. Willful Mama avoided it. Tehila got caught in it, and Saratoga Snow backed out of it. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Ultra Cameo has been up front, is up by 2.5, almost 3 as they reach the top of the lane, is in hand here for Christopher Elliott. Ultra Cameo now gets the cue to kick for home. Right there to challenge is Alpine Giant in full pursuit, is trying to duck in there as Ultra Cameo is green here on the lawn. It's Ultra Cameo trying to hold off the oncoming strides of Alpine Giant, who moves in closer to the outside. A 16th left to go. It's Ultra Cameo, Alpine Giant. Alpine Giant gets up in the final stages. Alpine Giant over Ultra Cameo, then came Willful Mama and Tehila in 1 minute 9.35 seconds.
Alpine Giant, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Ricardo Santana Jr., 14 to 1 to close out this card.
I feel like we should have been smarter about this horse. Worked 46 and 2 back in late May. Wasn't a huge price in her first start. I don't know. Jeremiah Engelhardt texted me and told me how many hot dogs he was going to eat. didn't mention that he was super live in the last race. Very tough beat for the horse you were talking about. Christopher Elliott, another terrific ride with Ultra Cameo. Not afraid to go to the front in this race. And Alpine Giant broke well. And the 4 had a real trip in here, and she has a massive excuse. Whether or not she could have won is another story. But to be fair, Tahila was very unlucky. And Chris Griffin noted it during the call.
14-1 over 8-1 for your exacta here in the nightcap. And yeah, well done by Christopher Elliott. In the end, just did not pan out. Gets run down.
Tough beat if you had the 9.
By Alpine Giant.
Yeah. Tough beat at 9. You got run down by a fuzzy, but a nice job by Jeremiah, who's come alive.
3-9-8-4 to close out this card.
And you were right. I mean, you're the one who brought it up, that the Ultra Cameo is too big a price. And you were absolutely right, Greg. She didn't win, but she ran a winning race.
She did.
Lost a tough beat if you bet the 9. Another terrific ride by Christopher.
Going very well for this barn right now.
Yeah, Jeremiah is on fire right now. And I believe we're going to have a camera following him around to see how many hot dogs he eats.
We're already efforting. So keep that in mind, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Could we pit Mitch against him?
What's that?
We could pit Mitch against him. I said Jeremiah could eat more hot dogs and then maybe eat Mitch.
You can give him a run for his money. There is Brad Cox. He's looking to go back-to-back in the Hoosiers state. He won it last year. Can instant replay do it for him this year?
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back with you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage of America's Day at the Races. 2-win Thursday for that man right there. Ricardo Santana Jr. takes the nightcap for Jeremiah Engelhardt. 14-1 to close things out on Alpine Giant.
Yeah, Jeremiah is on fire right now, and this one was ready to go off the layoff and signify it. And, Keisha was talking about this earlier with a very sharp break.
Big effort from Ultra Cameo in defeat and a good ride from young Christopher Elliott. Comes up just short, though. Willful Mama completes the trifecta, the pick 5, $1,100. And a pick 6, paying $11,000. $923. Really just that price in the last. Horseshoe Indy. Last one we're going to bring you from Shelbyville, Indiana. 7.5 furlongs on the turf. State-bred first level allowance race when we come back.
We know that the horses are the foundation of this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Dragoon Guard, the grain leads the way, has 3 lengths to hold on Stronghold, who's charging hard on the outside, but they're near home. It's Dragoon Guard. Dragoon Guard has won the Indiana Derby.
Dragoon Guard, Brad Cox, winner of the Indiana Derby last year, would back that up with a win on the West Virginia Derby as well. Dragoon Guard over $760,000 in earnings, and Brad Cox with a chance to go back-to-back in this race, Rachel.
Yeah, Greg, that's true. And instant replay, we talked to Brad Cox's assistant, Ricky Giannini, last week, actually, when he was telling us who he thought that Brad might nominate. And he said instant replay is just a very, very consistent. As of the last 2, he's on. He's home and cooled out, as they say. He is in form, really. Look at these last 2 stakes wins. I mean, they've been really nice. The Texas Derby here at a mile and a 16th at Texas, and here are races at a mile and a 16th as well. Some other names that I did get for you guys, though. I sat down with our director of racing, Chris Polzin, yesterday, and he gave me some names, and I want to let you guys know that Publisher is a pretty we're pretty sure he's going to come. I talked to Steve Asmussen, the trainer, yesterday, and Steve said that, you know, he's a really nice horse. He's a barn favorite. Everyone loves him. You know, he's been running up against some of the best horses on the Kentucky Derby Triple Crown Trail, and he just hasn't gotten it done yet. He's a maiden still, and he's been running second against some of the best 3-year-olds. So he says that, you know, this is really something that he's looking for the finally for a win. He's given him a little bit of time, a freshening, and he expects his best race to date out of him in the Indiana Derby. And then just because we all love Mr. Tom Amoss, raced a lot here in Indiana, glad to see him nominating a horse back. I texted him this morning, said hello, we miss him here, and glad that he's nominated. I'm not sure if this one's going to go or not. You know, these are all probables, obviously. We're going to draw Monday for the race at Indiana Derby, which is going to be Saturday, July 5th. But Tom said, you know, he's got a horse in here that he's nominated. He is really excited to see the horse run. It's not really set in stone, but Authentic Gallop is who he nominated. He said he's a nice horse that's kind of in no man's land. He's gone through this 3-year-old allowance condition, but to this point, the stakes races have proved to be kind of too tough for him. To have an impact in this race, though, he's going to need to improve. Some other names, Master Controller from Brittany Van Berg, and I did get a hold of Ethan West about Chunk of Gold. It would be a quick 2-week turnaround, obviously, but he said came out of the Ohio Derby really well and in good order. He's considering wheeling him back in 2 weeks, but going to take it day by day, guys.
Rachel, thank you. She can get Tom Amos to get back to her. He doesn't get back to me.
Listen, at least if the horse runs there, maybe Amos will be there, not in Saratoga. So I might give him like $100 to run there. So I'll pay the entry fee. Actually, I don't think Tom's going to be there first week, right? I don't think he's going to be there July 4th.
Hadn't heard.
No, apparently he's not making it. So maybe he's going to Indiana Grand or Indiana Horseshoe Indiana. I think the interesting horse in this last race is Enchanted Melody. It's not going to come as a surprise to anybody that's actually tried to handicap this race that it's not a very strong field. I have absolutely no idea why the 5 is 3-2. This horse's her turf races are absolutely atrocious. She's improved lately on the dirt, so maybe she'll transfer that improvement, but she doesn't show any ability in the dirt. I'd like to book her at 3-2 in here. I think that the 7 is probably the more logical horse of the ones that have run on the grass. But the 9 has a big pedigree, so my idea is to bet the 9 to win and make a little exacta box 7-9. How's that? What do you think?
What about the 10? Just too slow a race, or?
Well, let me get my bet in. Hang on. I'm on Naira Bets right now. All right, the 10. No, she's not impossible off her last. I agree. I mean, relatively speaking, I don't think she can beat the 7. A little slow. I'm 9s and 7s.
But yeah, 8-5 on Here Kitty Kitty, who the last time with the turf, that would not get it done here, you wouldn't think.
Yeah, so I'd like to book $100 on her at 8-5, happily, and take my lumps when she wins. But she has improved in the dirt, to be fair. I just don't know that she has. And I have no confidence she can run the turf.
John Dooley with the 6 Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Evan Roman, Enchanted Melody. 8-5 favorite. Here Kitty Kitty. Luis Contreras for Bob Gorham. The favorite went in well. Here Kitty Kitty. Joseph Romero with Jane's Naughty Kitten. Just a couple of back. Alberto Burgos with Mabel Sue Jolene. At 7.5 furlongs. If you're just joining course here, rated good, around 36 feet this race week. So one more, Santos Sanjor, Mi Caprasciuta. Loads at 24-1. Here Kitty Kitty, 9-5 favorite. Started here, Ray Cooks Crew, still working with Mi Caprasciuta. Now she's out to 25-1. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lotto Latte and the Pink Silks appeared to bobble and drifts back through the field. Sharp start for Jane's Naughty Kitten. Here comes Mi Caprasciuta, who's racing right away to the front and over toward that rail for Santos Sanjor. So Mi Caprasciuta in a nifty early move as they enter the first turn. Leads Enchanted Melody in the black cap. Jane's Naughty Kitten broke sharp and is now running in third with 6 furlongs to run. Sweet Heat up into fourth. Here Kitty Kitty. A conservative 5th there for Luis Contreras, racing 2 in front and No Trust in the green cap. Then to the inside is Ace of Cats, who's racing a length in front there as they go up the back from Mabel Sue Jolene. Front cover is running second to last, and after breaking poorly, Lotto Latte trails the Fillies Mares Turf. The opening quarter, 23.53 seconds. Here's the half-mile pole. It's Enchanted Melody went to the front with Evan Roman. Enchanted Melody leans toward the far turn from Jay's Naughty Kitten, Mi Caprasciuta. Sweet Heat is running in fourth. Here Kitty Kitty with No Trust, Ace of Cats. And then for the back, Mabel Sue Jolene. Front cover remains second to last, and the trailer still Lotto Latte as they traverse the far side of the course. aiming for Enchanted Melody. Her half mile was 47.34. Enchanted Melody at the quarter pole leads by a length and a half to Jay's Naughty Kitten. Sweet Heat now ignites for Sophie Doyle. Sweet Heat is coming with a bid. Then for the back front cover straightened away in fourth. Here Kitty Kitty fifth near the inside parts of the course is Enchanted Melody. 3/4, 1 minute 11.38 seconds with Evan Roman. Enchanted Melody is widened to a 5-length lead. Sweet Heat now into second with Jay's Naughty Kitten front cover, and then Ace of Cats. Here Kitty Kitty well beaten. Enchanted Melody won by 5. Sweet Heat was second. Third close. Third's on the bob. Front cover dived at the finish with Jay's Naughty Kitten together. Then Ace of Cats.
Nice call, Andy Serling. Talk about the pedigree with this one. Enchanted Melody, 6-1.
I mean, the dam was 5 for 8, 5 for 25 in the Grand 20. She got 2 turf winners. And I'll tell you what's interesting is she was a totally different horse on the turf, right? She's not a speed really on the dirt, and she was able to cruise the lead. The public figured out the 7 was the one to beat, going from 5-1 to 2-1 the last flash, as the 5 drifted up to 5-2. But this horse with the pedigree, was there ever a point in the race where this horse looked like she was going to lose?
No.
I mean, honestly. It's over.
6-1
Crazy.
turf debut. That's
Thank
a
you.
mic drop moment.
Thank you. I appreciate
You can just
that.
leave now.
Okay. Johnny, you want to come on?
Enchanted
Cack is
Melody
ready.
with that win at a price. Tomorrow's card, pretty good feature. Coming up in the 8th, 7 furlongs for 3-year-olds in this allowance optional claiming race, and Train the Trainer among several contenders will try and win his 3rd in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Sand Devil's the horse to beat, but this is not going to be a 9-2 shot, I don't think. Been very good. You know, got a little, Moplex scratched out of this race, but this horse is fast and this horse is good. But this is a stakes quality allowance race. I mean, with Sand Devil in there, a little worry that Sand Devil's kind of losing his speed, but I thought he still ran very, very well, finishing second, the paceless race. But Train the Trainer, we've yet to see how good he really is, right?
Yeah.
He lost to an extremely good horse in his debut in California, and since coming here, he's been unbeatable.
Wins the Mike Lee over a horse we think is pretty talented and soon to be king, who got scratched out of making his turf debut the other week. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard for Rob Atras. Meanwhile, Vekoma Rides coming out of a close runner-up finish in the Nashua, but behind Studley Do-Right to end his 2-year-old campaign.
Yeah, this is a weird figure, right? I mean, it was a fast race. It's just a little bit hard to rely on. If you take this on, face value, and now this horse has had, 7 months to grow up, horse could run a figure in the mid to high 90s and be tough in here. It's just hard to be sure, but, I mean, he did run a 77 or something in his debut when he broke his maiden, so he's obviously got some real talent. An interesting horse. Now, John Kimmel, his trainer, does not have good numbers off layoffs. That's a bit of a concern with him, but his talent is obviously there.
But as you said, the horse to beat, no question. It's Sand Devil, who had Derby prospects. Ran in the Gotham, ran in the Wood, ran very good in the Gotham.
And he was beaten by a good horse of Todd Pletcher's last night, Tip Top Thomas, who had a huge pace advantage. Sand Devil was a little bit sluggish out of the gate, which worries me, but Tip Top Thomas got away with a very, very slow pace. I think Sand Devil ran extremely well to be second. He's the one to beat in here, but there's other talent in there, even Wesley Ward on the outside. And I don't think Wesley Ward will be the second choice in there unless all the people from Horseshoe Indy are betting. But they're all broke after betting that horse at 3-5.
Got a little overbet in that turf sprint,
Well,
but yeah,
he's
touchy
Wesley
another
Ward.
one.
He gets bet,
Very good race.
Yeah. No, it is a good race. It's a race that could easily be a stake race.
Look forward to that. That's race 8 on the card tomorrow. Our coverage tomorrow starts at 2 Eastern on FS2.
You, me, and Acacia up here with Maggie and Paddock.
That's a powerhouse crew.
It's going to be 3.5 hours of just mayhem.
Enchanted Melody, the Andy Serling special here, $14.20 to close out our coverage.
$57. Wow. Awesome.
Sweet Heat, Jay's Naughty Kitten, complete a 50-cent trifecta for $116. Fun Thursday afternoon. We got 3 racing days left here in South Ozone Park before we head to Saratoga. You ready?
I'm ready, man. I can't wait. But we got some good racing coming up this weekend.
Yes, we do, including tomorrow. Again, 2 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2 tomorrow. It was My Magic Wand to kick things off. Part of a 2-win afternoon for Manny Franco, trained by Gregory Sacco. Race 2, Public got it right. A little surprising this one went off the favorite, but ran like it. getting the victory fast and frisky. Jorge Abreu trained with a Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard Dolomite 3 in a row. She is going the right way right now for Chad Brown. We'll see you tomorrow at 2.